What? What? How have they gone to... I was literally just on the auction house on another character. They weren't to 14. Lads, we're selling all of our haze pots because the PTR update has put haze pots at... You can get 10 haze pots for 1 mark of the Illidari. Which is... Ooh. Bad news. Bad news for us. That's for sure. Now. That's good, that's good, that's good. Swag. Yeah. Sorry to hear about the haze potion disaster. It is what it is. We're just going to sell them all. We're probably going to lose, I don't know. We'll see if we lose any money. I mean, I bought them at, I'd say I bought them at about 15 gold each, all things in, from when I started buying them to when the price has gone up now. So if we can sell them at 15 each, that'd be great. They are going to go back up on raid nights, but we have 1,100 haze pots, actually 1,150 haze pots to shift. So it's a lot. So I'm just going to be selling them. Every time I go back to send stuff over, I'm going to be selling haze pots. And we're just going to try and get rid of them all before the next phase. And we'll just liquidate our gold, hopefully not lose too much. But that's it, though. It's fine. It's fine. Swings and roundabouts, brother. Swings and roundabouts. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We still got a lot of money. It's going to be nice to liquidate all that gold and have whatever it's going to be. Maybe 14 or 15,000. In the bags. And we can put it into something else. You know, there are other things that keep going up in price, you know. We'll find something. We'll find something to invest in. Jordy put out a video. He's like, "There's 10 hay spots on the PTR for 1 mark of the Illidari. Everybody likes this." And you know, all the comments underneath are like, "Let's go!" Everybody's really happy about it. It's like, "Big win for Blizzard!" Blah blah blah. And I commented underneath it, "Yeah, it's great, except for if you're the guy who has 1,148 hay spots invested in for later phases that are just going to keep dropping in value over the next couple of weeks." For sure, just lame to find out so late in the patch. Yeah, be fine. We'll sell them. I think they'll stay high for the first few weeks till people have a bunch of marks. Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not going to lose a lot of money. If I can, I will be happy if I break even. If I get my money back. If I get 15,000 and then 100 of them, what are they, 15 each, 150, 16,500. About that. If I get 16.5k back, then I'll be breaking even. I'll be happy with that. Alright, so we do have an NG chest, an NG pull chest, and we're actually perfectly placed for it now. We're not going to use our distract here. We're going to save it for the Ellies. If they decide to make our lives more difficult. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Ooh. You see, this is why we wanted our distract. Right there. Okay, we're feeling good. We're feeling good. Nice Nice preemptive play. Smooth first chest, 2 mines. Let's go. Let's go. I'll cry myself to sleep tonight thinking about the haze pots, but let's go. Let's go. 2 mines, 1 chest. Under 3 minutes. All right, all right. Much better than the absolute shit show that was yesterday's SV and MT. Disastrous. Disastrous. Unbelievable. Let's keep it flowing. Let's keep it rocking and rolling. Glaucoma. Yeah. You're dead right. And thank you. You've eased my troubled heart. We have a locked chest. Nice. We're going to kill these guys. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get ourselves an epic. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be lovely? We got an epic pattern in MT. We haven't managed to sell it yet, though. Got to be honest about that one. We put it up twice and it's come back. So there's not a big market for it now, obviously. But maybe we'll get rid of it at some point. Oh, we got our mudfish on. Instant poisons, and we have probably some scrolls of stamina left. Yeah, we got 8 of them. Let's get some of them up. And let's pump. Actually overcapped my energy there. Not a bad little pump now. Not a bad little pump. Scroll of Agi 5. We'll take that all day. Lovely. Where did that go? Yeah, that's 11 gold. Warlord's Iron Vambraces of Power. Ah, it's a shame. We did sell... Oh, he just turned while we were stepping. We did sell the Shadow Protection wrists for 100 gold yesterday, so that was nice. I didn't actually update the total gold farmed amount for that, but whatever. We'll just leave it as it is. I got one there, one there. Let's get after it. Four water, sweet. Can you teach me this way? Sure, Luca, 100%. Watch and learn, baby. Watch and learn. Having a nice smooth first run. And yeah, if you got WoW up now, get your rogue out, get him into SV, and just copy. Just do what I do, move as I move, and do the pulls as I do them. That's the best way to learn. The best way to learn. And any questions you have while you're doing it, just ask me, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you exactly what you need to know, and you'll be making bank. Oh, do you know what we don't have? We don't have elixirs. We don't have water walking or swim speed potion. Maybe we'll buy the belt, because if we can buy the belt, we'll never have to use any of those again. And if we nail down the belt strat and we get our timing down for the belt, we'll be flying. It'll be way, way better than buying these cons, because we'll be saving whatever it is, 5 to 15 gold an hour, depending on which one we're using. But we do have one swim speed potion available. Legit looks hard AF. It's hard to learn. It is tricky to learn, but look, Zulfarak Mage farm, tricky to learn. Stratholme farm, tricky to learn. It's all in the pulls and knowing the patrols, knowing the environment, knowing the cooldowns that you have, and all the tools and tricks that you can use in various situations. But it's all practice, practice, practice. And you get it, and it's all good. I still die in here a lot, though. I'm not focused. Mana Tombs is a cakewalk. Mana Tombs is a total cakewalk. Let's risk it for a biscuit. We've got one swim speed potion. Let's just go in and see if we can get it done. One more lockout, and then I'll go back and I'll get the cons. Or the belt. Undecided yet. No chest left. Would have been nice to have a combat chest there. No chest right. We'll definitely get all 4 veins now because there isn't a Boglord vein. Just every time we swap over now to the priest, when we send our mats over, we have to list like 5 or 10 hay spots every time just to try and sell them, because if they implement this change, it will tank the market. We will lose thousands and thousands of gold. So we've got to sell them all. We've got to sell them all now. Quick, quick, get rid of your hay spots. They're like Deutschmarks in post-World War I Germany. Wheelbarrows full of hay spots, and you just can't trade them for a loaf of bread. That's basically what it's going to be like over here for hay spots. Is it locked? It is locked. Oh, the local shop got a batch of Coke in, and somebody obviously dropped the whole case, because every single can in the fridge is like this, walloped and lumpy like an abused child. Just a disaster. You have to tilt it to try and take a drink out of it because there's a big hunk of metal coming into your face. The joys. The joys. Alright. It's locked. Let's do an NG pull because we've only got one water con. So I don't want to do a long pull for this one. But we're going to be patient and we're going to take our time with it. We got to make sure we get it right. This looks actually really, really good. We'll wait for him to go, and for him to come back, and then we'll pull. There we go. Now we're not going to need to distract the Ellies because it's only chest 5 where they'll actually come in range and aggro of the chest. Oh, I'm in my combat gear, that's why. Damn. We got a failure anyway, so that's okay, but we hadn't swapped out of our combat gear, so we didn't have belt or boots, and we still managed to survive. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So you can do those pulls. It's risky, and you wouldn't want to do it every time because sometimes you are going to get killed. But there you go. You can do the NG pulls without NG gear. Nice. We got another combat chest. That's so good because we don't have to use this swim speed. Imagine if we got 5 lockouts and we never had to use the swim speed. If it's either of these two and they're unlocked, then we can just pull them back here and then we never have to use a water con. And that would be so cool if we could get through these 5 lockouts without ever having to use it. It's locked, so yeah, we're going to kill them again. Nice. I do like a combat chest, I have to say. Can we go on Discord one day and you teach me? I mean, I'm teaching you here. You know, it's a lot. I'm super busy. I'm super busy. I'm training every day in the morning and afternoon. I'm building an app with my friend for Heroes of Might and Magic Golden Era. I've got loads of content to put out. So I've got like 2 hours in the afternoon to do that. And I stream in the evening. I literally have zero free time. But this is all you need to do. Just look at this and ask me any questions. Just play along with me. And that's as good as it gets. Oh, I don't have evasion. So I am going to use a healing pot here. And then prep. And now evasion. Now we're good. But another silly mistake by me. If you ever get like really low on health and you get them low as well, you can just kite them because the lower they are in health, the slower they are, right? So you don't have to worry about that. Just kite them around just as an example, you know? You can gouge, get your energy back up, you know, and just slowly gouge kite them. If you're out of vanish, if you're out of bandage, if you're out of potions, you literally got nothing left and you're on a sliver of life, just kite them around like this. On, let's go. Big Gem, Big Gem. Coffee, please. Yo, man, appreciate the YouTube videos and the streams. I feel like something changed recently with the water ellie pathing. When I do long pulls on chest, in the first room, the water ellies pull on the mobs running back towards the water. Never experienced that before. Yes, I've experienced the same thing where I'm doing long pull and then suddenly... like all of the mobs are coming up behind you. You're over here, and then you just see water ellies coming up this way. You're like, how did they pull now? And somebody mentioned in the chat that it's one of the other mobs resetting or running back, something like that. And it pulls one of the ellies from the very early dungeon. So that's new, and I'm experiencing that as well. So it's just one of those things we've got to adapt, improvise, and overcome. It doesn't happen too often. But yeah, I've seen that too. Also with the pathing of the ellies on chest, the ones that path in front of chest 3, 4, and 5, instead of going down and turning around and coming straight back up, now they've started going like up to the left a little bit in a triangle, coming back and then going up. But this is beneficial for us because we can distract them there and get that fell, which is actually really nice. So the change is having negative effects in some ways and beneficial effects in others. So we'll roll with the punches and make the most of it. Yeah, exactly that. I feel like one could check it with 2 accounts. Kind of weird. It is weird. It is weird. I don't know why. But again, we roll with it and we'll find ways around it. Or we'll find ways to deal with it. I feel like at that stage, I think what I usually do when I have a very late aggro in a pull and I'm kind of semi-close to the chest anyway and the mob packs are behind me, you just vanish. Then the ellies fly back and then you come out of vanish and you just keep running to the chest. It's the same thing, right? You've dropped combat and they're behind you, but the path back to the chest is the same path that you're taking anyway, so they're still just running behind you. You've just dropped combat. So you can do that as well to get out of a tight situation. And you actually lose nothing by doing that. As long as you do it kind of later in the pull. If you have to vanish too early, obviously, if they're running behind you, but the path back to their position is shorter to go back the way than it is to keep going the way you're going, then you're going to have some problems back at the chest. But other than that, it's pretty good. Water, Addy, Fell, Belt, Fell, Addy. I think that's it, yeah? No. We got the first chest. We failed the first chest, so let's get that one again. I got the rocket boots, lockpicking gloves, swimming belt. Is there anything else I need? Yeah, the 9 vulnerability belt. This one. Wow, here is me, not in NG here again. This one is really good. Definitely get this for learning. I still use it. It's also good. It's an amazing belt for loads of things in the game, brother. It's such a shenanigans belt. Look at how much HP I have. I have 8,100 HP and I'm in full bis in terms of stats from gear. In my gear, I'm only missing Belt of 100 Deaths, Dragon Spine Trophy, and the offhand from Season 2. So I'm pretty much full bis in terms of stats. And this pre-raid piece of gear gives us a 4,000 damage shield. That's half your health. It's so unbelievably good. It's still going to be really good, even in Sunwell for certain things. So, and the Mother Shiraz fight as well, we can use it there. So get that belt. If you can get your hands on Morrow's pocket watch, it's really good. You macro to your evasion, and I get with this gear, I get over 100% dodge. When I didn't have as good gear, I would put on this one, Charm of Alacrity, and it's just like a budget Morrow's basically. It increases your dodge by 10% for 10 seconds, and this one is 16% for 10 seconds. So when you use both of those, this one you get from a quest in Hellfire Peninsula. You go to the Goblin at this Crash Zeppelin over here, like around here somewhere, and you do like the first quest where you go and collect all the parts for the Zeppelin around here where all the birds are, and then you get a follow-up quest and he sends you down here to kill Void Reavers, voids, non-elite voids, and there's 2 rewards from it, and one of them is this one, the Charm of Alacrity, which is a nice little dodge trinket. So if you haven't done that quest already, go and grab that. That's a really handy 10 dodge. I mean, Morrow's gives you 15%, that gives you 10, so it's like it's pretty good. Like, it's very, very good, and you get it from a real easy quest. I'm gonna actually distract them here. We're gonna be a little bit late, but that's okay. Nice, we got distract back in time. That's sweet. Gonna gouge him. Just why not? Just having a look to the left to see that they're not coming down there. Hopefully we get it this time. Nice one. Done. Scroll of Strength 5 is always nice. And just be careful, you don't want to get too close to him, because he'll come running at you. Cheeky crab step. Other than NG, Zipful Sep. I got a 12 dodge trinket. Okay, 12 dodge. 12 dodge is like 0.6% or something. So we really want the on-use effect of that to increase your dodge by a lot with the evasion, you know. But look, it's not the end of the world. Evasion is still giving you 50%, and you're going to get like another 10 or 20% from your gear anyway. So those trinkets, Morrows and Alacrity, are kind of, they're small improvements, but they don't make or break the farm. The things that are really important for you to get earlier on are the boots and the belt and the lockpicking gloves. That's it. Everything else you can work around. And the PvP trinket is a necessity with improved sprint. if you're not buying free action potions, but I highly, highly, highly recommend that you buy free action potions while you're learning this farm, because you don't have to worry about anything. It just solves so many problems for you. Like when you're bursting out with your boots, you can get re-netted in the burst, and if you don't know, if you're not ready for it, you're gonna get killed. If you don't have your PvP trinket ready to go, you're gonna get killed. Alright, so it's over here and it is locked. So we have 3 minutes on our boot and belts, so we'll wait and go and get the other chest. Hopefully this chest up here isn't locked, and we won't have to use our consumable. This is run number 3 of the first lockout of the day. We forgot to buy water cons, so we have gotten lucky in the first 2 runs. We haven't actually had to use anything in the water. And it's here, and it's not locked. Nice, 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 nice. So we're going to use the new strat for this one. I'm gonna distract these. And we're gonna put a crippling poison on our offhand here. And then we're gonna pull her. And we're gonna step. We don't want them to pull any of the other ones. We just want the 4 guys there. That's all we want to deal with, really. Any more than that's gonna be a problem. And I'm gonna blind him. I'm gonna gouge her. I'm gonna cripple her, and I'm gonna cripple her, and then we're gonna sprint. So we got 1 blinded, 1 gouged, 1 crippled, 2 crippled, and then we're gonna step back to this frog, or this crab rather. Sorry, Mr. Crab. Calling you a frog. How dare I? And then we can crack it before they get back. Thank you to the rogue in the chat who tipped me off about this innovation. I used to do these 2 chests using NG pulls down there back when I was developing the farm, and I would freeze them in place with a grenade. But in order to do that, you have to wait 5 minutes for your boots for this one, and then another 5 minutes for your boots and belt for this one. So then I just started doing the river run with these guys. But it never crossed my mind to just pull the pack, gouge, blind, and double shiv. It's such a nice innovation and development. But again, only if it's unlocked. If it's locked, I mean, you can try it if it's locked. And you could get lucky. And if it doesn't work, then you could do the river run. I mean, you got nothing to lose. What are you using? You're using a shiv? Who cares? Shiv, who cares? Gouge, no problem. And a blind. You do lose your blind, but whatever. You'll get the blind back. It's like 3.5 minute cooldown. So though, if you're doing the river run straight after it, you usually want to blind one of those 2 guys at chest 8 when you're running through. It does make the pull a little bit handier. Step and a blind. But you can also just step and shiv or step and gouge him, so it's not the end of the world. Hey, did you see the change about getting haze pots in the Mark of Illadaria? I did. So I've just sent over like almost all of my, well, not almost all of them, but a lot of them over to my disenchanting alt, and I'm going to be selling all of my haze pots now. I need to get rid of them as soon as possible because the price has already dropped by about $1 per pot. Now that's initial market reaction to the news, but yeah, they're still going to be worth money, but they're going to drop in value a lot. So I'm going to lose thousands of gold if I don't sell them all. So I'm going to sell all of them now. I have to flush all of my haze pots and turn them back into gold. But that's all right. Swings and roundabouts, rolling with the punches. All right, run 3 done. Got everything. This is going pretty smooth. I'm liking this. This is a nice. It's a nice first lockout. Don't speak too soon, Rue. Don't speak too soon. I just use a pen to open the can of Coke because it's burst. Absolutely burst like a bag of spuds here. Yeah, I think it's great for the game overall. It's just not great for a man who put 11, who has 1,150 haze pots, who's invested them, and now they're. If I break even, I'll be happy. That's my takeaway. I get them, but use them too many times because I fail, but I'll learn with time. Yes, you will learn with time. That's it. It's like any other technical gold farm in the game. Learning how to mage AoE farm, learning how to paladin AoE farm, and learning how to rogue stealth farm. It just comes with practice. You'll die a lot, but when you get it down, it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. I love it. Oh, we still got a chest left. All right, all right, all right. Where are we with these guys? This is looking pretty good timing wise. This is looking pretty good. Are we in the right set? We are. Do you need the gouge talent for this to work? Would it be possible with triple shiv cripple instead? Yeah, sure, sure. You could triple criv. Triple shiv. Shipple criv. You could triple shiv, of course. Gouge just means that you're immediately mitigating more incoming damage, which is useful if you have like bad gear or something. I almost pulled the wrong pack. I've done that many times before. I'm gonna get hit here. We need to get lucky. We need this. We need this. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, Noble Topaz. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. This is a nice lockout now. This is a nice lockout. We got lucky. We cracked the chest. First attempt on a locked, which is always nice. And a Noble Topaz. And a Scroll of Strength. Really, really nice. Wow, they've dropped a lot in the last week. They were at 75 or 80 gold last week. So they've lost like 25 gold. But yeah, that's a sweet chest. Are you sure the haze pot thing is confirmed? Thought they were testing it. I don't know if it's confirmed, but it doesn't matter. I have to assume that it is. Because if it is, I'm going to lose like half my money. And it's like 16,000 gold at this stage. So I'm going to lose like 8k, you know, ish. That's my... Like just, you know, just putting a sketch idea for the amount I'm going to lose. It's going to affect the market a lot. Not early on, as somebody mentioned earlier, people have to get marks and stuff, but it's still going to affect the market a lot. Somebody in the comments on the page said they didn't say that they're going to implement this. It's just for the PTR. But somebody underneath that made a great comment or great observation. They said you can already get the potions from the general goods vendor on the PTR. You can just buy them for gold. So why would they put them on the mark of the Illidari vendor in the game when you can already get them for money from the general goods vendor? So it looks like they're going to implement it. And it makes sense. So I have to assume that it's coming, and I'm going to sell all my haze pots anyway. If they don't implement it, fine. I sold my haze pots. Maybe I lose $1,000, but I get like 15 grand back. You know, and then fine, we can just keep going and moving forward and maybe invest in something else or invest in haze pots again. But it's not worth the risk. It's going to cost me too much money if I say, it's not confirmed that they're going to implement it. It's like, it doesn't really matter if it's confirmed or not. I have to assume that they will. We're going to roll forward because, yeah. Oh, you know what we're going to do actually? Not now, because we need everything up and prep and all the stuff up, and we don't have it, but we're going to do a Boglord pull. We're going to pull him, and we're going to try and get this chest, that mine, and that mine in one pull. But our timing has to be really, really good. It's got to be really good. And that's locked. So we need to open that chest first shot as well, which is risky. If that was an unlocked chest, it'd be much more likely that we'd be able to do that. But if we fail this one, it's going to scuff the whole pull. But we'll try it because we like pushing the envelope on this channel. All right, this one's locked as well. Ah, brother. Who said the gouge talent were true? Loner, you're a genius. If we don't use blind and we just shiv sprint, we still need a cooldown. We still need sprint to make it work. But maybe not. We could just run and step to the crab. We could do this infinite number of times because we're not using any cooldowns. If we just shiv, then we can do it on locked ones as well. Let's try that. Now, for the first one, we are going to do blind. And we are going to gouge 100%. But we have 2 engineers and they can net, which is kind of a bit of a pain in the arse. So I kind of want to get them first so I can blind one and gouge one so they don't net me. Let's mark them up for a second here. Let's do a bit of kind of theory. Here's what I might do. Instead of range pulling, I might cheap shot. Then these guys will pull ahead of him. Then I can step to the crab and run. And that way, these are the first guys around the corner. But they might net me. So let's find out. Oh, I killed the crab. No. That's bad. That's a bad bacon. You don't kill the crab. That was our crab. Alright, so blind, gouge, shiv, sprint. Oh, cloak. She novad us. That slippery bitch. She novad us. But we cloak. We run for our lives. Oh, we might be a little bit... I think we'll just about get it. Yeah. No. Okay, we'll take them deeper. What's the cooldown on blinds like? 50 seconds. All right. Tell you what, let's go and get the... we'll go and get the mines and the moats, and we'll come back and do that one. What's your take on when to bail on a chest in SV? How many failures? It's a good question. I usually do it like this. I'll come into I'm stubborn with chests. I like to crack them because I always think, what if that's the one with the double ruby, you know? Like I think that way about it. But there'll be a certain point where I'm just like, forget this. So basically I'll come in and I'll attempt to get the first chest. And if that fails for whatever reason, I'll go and get the second chest. And then I'll go and get the mines and the moats. And then I'll go back and I'll attempt that other chest on the way out. Generally, if I haven't gotten both of the chests and I'm on the way out, let me rethink this. When I'm in the dungeon, if I've gotten a chest failure, like I like to go for the chest first, because if you get a failure, you can go through the dungeon and still get value out of the other things and then come back and you get another attempt. So basically, if I get a failure on something, I'll just go through the dungeon, and if there's some other asset in the dungeon I can get, so I can get a little bit of time back, I'll get that, and then I'll come back to the chest. And if I get a failure again, if it's a point where everything else in the dungeon has been gotten, and there's one chest left, but you have to wait, like actually wait 5 minutes to get it. Generally, I'll just go out and reset then. However, if it's like the first hour, if you have the time, if you're ahead of time, and you look at your thing and it's like, okay, well, it's going to be 30 minutes before lockout ends, and this is my 4th run, which means I've got 30 minutes to finish this run and do another run. Then I can just chill in there all day, like maybe pick some pockets, get to a safe spot, whatever, and get the chest, because it's a free chest. You're not going to be able to re-enter the dungeon anyway. So it depends on how much time how ahead of time you are on the lockout. And are there any other assets you can get in the dungeon while you can wait to get back to the chest and attempt it again for your cooldowns. But if you're behind time and you've got lockouts left and you attempt it and then you need to wait a full 5 minutes to get that chest, I think it's actually a gold per hour loss to wait for it, because you could be in there in that 5 minutes getting another chest and more mines and motes. So that's kind of the way I deal with it, I think. Yeah, it's getting tested, and obviously nothing is confirmed until P3. Haze pots have already dropped a lot in price. That's the initial market reaction. That's like when Elon Musk went on Joe Rogan and took a toke off a joint, and Tesla shares dropped by like 2%. You know, but because it seems like that's just a foolish market panic reaction to something that really doesn't mean anything in the Elon case. But in this case, it looks like logically, it looks like they are actually going to implement it, in which case the price drop might continue. However, we're still a couple of weeks out, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, raid night, especially Wednesday, the pots go up a lot, and a lot of them are sold. So Wednesday, I'm hoping I'll be able to recoup my losses from the pots that I sell over the next coming days, because I've got 1,148. I sold a couple of 5 stacks today earlier when I saw the news, but basically I've got over 1,100 pots. So I can't just sell them all on Wednesday. I have to be selling them, dripping them out each day. But I'm hoping that what I lose by selling them today at a gold less than I bought them at, I'll gain by selling them on Wednesday. So that's the plan. All right, let's do this one again. What's the cooldown on gouge? 1 second. No, I don't want them to net me. Let's just do it the old way. I killed the crab though. That's very annoying. And I don't want to get netted. I need to pull them further back because they were a little bit too close for me last time. Okay, so we're going to blind him, gouge him, shiv, net. Can I get out of here? Please. PvP trinket, that's why you need the PvP trinket, and now we vanish because that's a totally scuffed pull. Yeah, so they net, she novas. That's a tricky one. Tell you what we'll do. We've got 1 consumable left here. Let's go down. We'll use our belt and our boots on the first chest. We'll grab that. And then we'll come back up here and we'll just do this river run, this one, because we've got 1 con left for that. And then next run is our last run anyway. And we've got 25 minutes to complete that run because of our lockout. So we can take our sweet time with these chests in the next run. Which one was it again? It was over here. Yeah. Okay, that's a shame. That was perfect. Where those Ellies were there and where they were there was exactly where you want them when you pull. So let's do a sap her anyway. Just give me some breathing room here to kind of eat some stuff and get ready for the pull. There is a frog in here somewhere. There he is. That we can step to. And our macro, this macro targets him automatically, as it does the one over the bridge. So we'll be kind of counting on that. But we're out of these. In that case, no. We're going to get this chest first. I think we want to release. Okay, she's releasing now anyway. That's perfect. Just gonna focus up on him. 40 seconds is fine. And what we want to pull when they're like just in here, that's perfect. They might be a problem though. We might have to distract them because they'll be coming pretty close to the chest when we're trying to loot it. And that can be an issue. We've got 24 seconds on sprint too. We don't really need it because we've got the boots, but it's nice to have it. We got trinketed, or we got netted rather, which is a problem. I think that's pretty close. What happened there? Did we get the, did our belt fail? Alright, whatever. We're way ahead of time, so we don't mind dying. We don't mind dying. We got the, we're still sitting pretty on 263 gold. This is our fourth run, but we have 2 chests to get. So once we get those chests, the likelihood that we're at 300 gold or more is pretty high. And then we have a whole full run after that. So it's pretty solid. It's going to be a pretty solid run. I reckon 350-ish. If we get super lucky and get the ruby or a topaz, it go up to 400. But it's looking like a 350 run, which is solid. Actually, we're at 380 average. So 350 actually would be a little bit below par. That's, I know why. It's because Noble Topaz have dropped so much in the last week. The gems have. The getting lucky on the gems is what raises the RNG element and what spikes the gold per hour you get out of certain hours. Like our best hour in here, we got 541 gold out of SV. This in the last, since we started doing this the Saturday before last. But that's because we got 2 living rubies in one of the lockouts, and they were worth 100 gold. But living rubies are now worth 80 gold, so they dropped 20% in value. So it's pretty. Now the average gold per hour doesn't get affected too much by that as you get across time, but still, that's what bumps up that average a lot. Hayspot's already dropped a lot in price. Yeah, on my server they're down to like 14 gold now, which is quite a lot because they were at kind of 15.50 average. So 1 gold 50 is like 10% ish. Rogue's Diary, hi there. Hey, Big Noog 11. New here. Do you play retail at all? I don't play retail. I played retail every time. This account was made in 2006, and I played original classic, original TBC, original Wrath. I was very bad at the game. I didn't know what I was doing, and I kind of stopped playing after Wrath, like a lot of people. Every time they released a new expansion, I would play it for about a month, and then I would drop out and do other things. So I've just had that initial hype first experience for most of the expansions, like Kata, Mists of Pandaria, Cataclysm, Legion, Warlords of Draenor, yada yada yada. But I don't play retail. I did try to get back into a little bit, but the style of the game, how things work, combat, it feels very different to me. And I didn't grow up with those kinds of games. I grew up with these kinds of games. So it's not something, it doesn't really smoke my salmon, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really get me going. So I'm more of a classic Andy right here. Hey man, can you help me understand something? I'm testing Latro's replacement on The Sims. Latros is 71 DPS and the Merciless Gladiator's Quickblade is 97 DPS. But on The Sims, I only get like a 67 DPS. Is the expertise on Latros worth that much? Yes, but it's not just the expertise. Look at the speed. Latros is 1.4 and the season weapon is 1.5 if I remember correctly. That 0.1 second affects combat potency for getting energy back, which gives you more energy. So you get more with Latros. It affects sword specialization because it's flat 5%. So that extra 1.1 of a second will get you an extra sword swing on your main hand across time than the Gladiator's one will. So those two, just those two alone, and then your poison applications. Slightly faster. Poisons are a flat percentage application as well, so you get more poisons. But poison isn't a huge amount of our damage in general on bosses. But the two of the most powerful talents for combat swords are combat potency, which gives you the energy, and sword specialization. And Latros is 1.4 and 1.5. It's about 7.5% better for those two. You get 7.5% roughly more value out of those two very, very powerful talents. Plus, put the expertise on top of that. That's what it's crazy, isn't it? Because when you look at the DPS difference, it's huge. Like, you know, it's like 20 whatever, like around 20 DPS difference. But then yeah, when you sim it, the difference is not that. And it's because of those stats and those talents. I took a long break from WoW and I'm looking for a good gold farm so I can pay for WoW with in-game golds. Can Mage accomplish this on retail? I'm sure that they can. Actually, I'm not sure that they can, but I assume that they can because Mage has always been the go-to gold farming, the gold farming class. I know that you can go back through a lot of the older content and you can find stuff that you can sell. But I'm not up on retail, and I don't really know any of the retail content creators, and I don't follow any of the retail shenanigans and gold farms. So I'm sorry that I can't help you there. But if you go to YouTube, this is how I started gold farming. Go to YouTube, type in retail mage gold farm, and the current name of what is it, Midnight, the expansion you've got, and just watch half a dozen of the videos and look for the ones obviously that have the most views, because they're usually the most views equals reviews. Like, if something has a lot of views, it's because it's good and there's value in it. So I would do that. Let's do what? Let's try this again. No, we're doing it the old way, aren't we? Yeah. Let's just do it the old school way then. At Fungus46, yes, trust the Sims, 100%. Prey is 100% right. Trust the Sims. They are excellent. Excellent tool. There are some niche instances where they're not as reliable, or you can't really get the value you want out of them. But, like, you know, for example, hiking Mulgar would be a good example of that, where it's such a short fight. You really want to, you know, the last time we killed him, I think we did it in 25 seconds. So, you know, then it requires different strategy, because you just want to blow all your cooldowns straight away and just hope that you get all the good procs. That's basically what you're doing. We start the fight with Bloodlust. We're not waiting for like a couple of seconds for things to get up and running like you do at longer fights. You pop Bloodlust on pull, you pop your Blade Flurry and your Adrenaline Rush like before you're hitting the boss, and then so you're hitting like all this kind of stuff. So there's niche meta strategies per encounter, depending on kind of the parameters of the encounter. and you can't get that. But for general, just big boss DPS, WoW Sims, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Warglaves, if anyone is interested, I'm sure some of you were here from yesterday. I was just doing the voiceover for that video today, which is going to be released this week. It's the phase 2 to phase 3 gearing guide for a rogue. And Warglaves, if you're in phase 2 bis as a rogue, now I'm undead, so it'll be slightly different if you're human or orc or troll, because you have racials that affect your DPS, but it won't be that big of a difference. From phase 2 bis, if you take your phase 2 bis loadout and then you just put Warglaves and leave all the other stuff as phase 2 bis and you swap out Warglaves, the increase in DPS, oh my god, we got 3 failures on that chest. 2 failures rather. The increase of DPS just from having 2 Warglaves is 220 DPS. 220 DPS from Warglaves. To put that into perspective, DST, the most coveted trinket and one of the most coveted items for all physical DPS in this expansion, is 55 DPS for a DST. That's the increase. And Warglaves gives you 220. That's 4 DSTs. Warglaves are worth 4 DSTs. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. We're going to actually gouge this guy, and then we're going to blind him. Oh no, we can't blind him. Now we're going to sprint. It's just a shame that we don't have something to step to now. We're going to get 1 crack at this and that's it. Oh, thank God we got it. And we got a Dawnstone. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I trust them. I would just like to understand why it's like that. Yeah, it's the expertise and the increased speed. And if we're standing behind the boss can't dodge or parry. Does expertise have value then? It can't parry. Oh, that's a good question. It can't parry, but I think it can dodge maybe a little bit. But when sometimes you're beside the boss, there'll be segments of time in any fight where you're never going to be. Hold on. Reduce the chance to be dodged or parried. No, it must have. No, it definitely has value, because point for point, expertise is the most powerful stat for rogues and for ret paladins in TBC, and probably for other classes as well. And it wouldn't be that powerful. This is for PvE DPS. It wouldn't be that powerful if those things applied the way you mentioned it on the surface. Even though I can't see how you're wrong about that, but I just know that you are, because point for point expertise it's even more powerful than hit. The only reason we don't have more expertise in our final loadouts is because the number of items with expertise in the game is relatively low compared to the number of items with hit or agility or attack power or the other stats that we like. And the ones that do have expertise on them are often, because expertise is a stat like anything else. It's not binary. It's not like you need expertise, and if you don't have it, you're dead. It's just like certain amounts of other stats at one point will creep ahead expertise. And the reality is that most of the other items that we have just give us more DPS when you put all the different stats together than the items with expertise on them, because the items with expertise on them in general are quite badly statted in other ways, if that makes sense. But it is incredibly powerful. All right, we're going to go for this one. This is the last. This is still the 4th run, isn't it? Yeah, and we've got 11 minutes. Jesus. We're going to leave these mines behind as well. Well, we'll get one of them. We'll get one of them. I think we'll sap her here. Wait for him to come to about here. Sap him. Release her. Pull. Run. And we're good to go. I always jump just a little bit too late. What the hell? What the hell? Well, I'm just gonna die here. Okay. Okay, Steamvault, I see what you're doing to me. I see what you're doing to me. You're trying to crush my will. You're trying to break me. Well, I've got news for you, Steamvault. I've been through 1,000 of you, over 1,000 of you. Ain't breaking shit. Okay, thank you, man. This is good to know. You're very welcome, brother. Question above, friend. Big Nuke. Looking to take a break from WoW and looking for a good gold farm. Yeah, I would YouTube it. Yeah, like it is, there's also the stats and very big difference in DPS because the speed difference also on top of expertise resulting in a dodge on your white hits, your yellow or special attack dodges lose you a portion of energy when they're dodged. Yes, of course, because when we hit with combat potency, we get energy back. So it affects combat potency as well. Nice, Nemo. Nice. Very nice additional information. I had not considered that before, but of course that's the case. Yeah, understanding how the different abilities work in conjunction with one another is really big for clarity and in how builds work and stuff like that. And then when you're, yeah, it's nice to know. Yeah, appreciate that information. Really nice. Today I learned. Can you tell me the name of the add-on that shows the loot when you pick it up? Sure, it's called Mix Scrolling Battle Text right here. It's a really nice add-on. You can configure different scroll areas. I don't even use them all. I use outgoing for my damage, and I set it to only show the crits because I don't want spammy numbers everywhere. I just want to see the bigger crit numbers. These are my procs for Wind Fury, for Sword Specialization, and for Blink Strike when I had my Blink Strike. This is incoming damage, but I don't show that. And this is static, so I use that for loot. And you can actually just kind of preview what they look like there. Mix Scrolling Battle Text. Excuse me. Really nice add-on. I enjoy it very much. It's very aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, would recommend. What about for PvP? What swords? You want the arena swords for PvP? 100%. This is, so somebody asked me earlier, when would you leave a chest? And I'm like, I'm so tempted to leave this one now. I've got 7 minutes left. We'll give it one more shot. It's 2 minutes. We need to get this vein anyway. We'll get this one last chest. Because it's been a pretty good run loot-wise so far. We got two gems. So it's been solid. And it's been a bit of a challenge because we came in here without any water cons. Furthermore, ambidextry only adds up to 75% of your damage. So your plus 25 DPS difference initially is only like 3/4 of it, like 18 or something. Thank you for all the answers. There you go. The community is big. You know, rogues get a rap for being selfish and solo, but I swear to God, the amount of cooperation. I think because rogues know how vulnerable other people's backs are from stabbing them all the time, I think that we intuitively go out of our way to have each other's backs. I think that's how rogues operate on a pseudo-psychological level. Or a semi-psychological level. Rogues there, he sees I got a gifted sub while I was on vacation as well, so here are some more. Thank you for all the help. Bro, it's so good. I'm so sorry. I don't know why my Twitch is not showing up with new follows and new primes and new subs and gifted. I'm not getting the animations and the thing isn't popping up on screen. I tried to fix it earlier and I tested it, and when I tested it, it even gave me like the sound and the animation on screen, but it's not popping up. So like people, last night I had like 96 people watching at one point, which is by far the most amount of people I've ever had watching. And at the end of it, I thought, oh, that was strange. I didn't hear any new follows. I didn't hear any subs. I didn't hear any of the noises I normally hear when I've got a lot of people watching. And then I checked afterwards, and I had loads of them, loads of follows, like, and gifted subs, and I didn't even notice. So I need to fix that. So thank you so much to anybody who has followed or gifted or anything. You're legends, and you're helping me to grow this channel. So I really, really appreciate you. I'm not getting notified, and neither are you, and that kind of sucks. But I promise you, I will sort that out, because that is not acceptable. Not on this channel. We need this. We need this. We need this feedback for you guys and for me, so I can show you how grateful I am. Because it's amazing. It's amazing. I love all the support. Thank you for all the help. So super, super grateful. You're very, very welcome. And thank you so much. Yeah. Can you tell me the name of the add-on that shows the loot? Yeah, okay, I've done that. Lol, this guy doesn't know what to get for PvP. He's a PV and gold farmer only. I mean, I can still tell you some of the things. You can still ask about PvP. I don't PvP like competitively, but I can still tell you like what's BIS or close to BIS. I mean, if you want to do like obviously arenas, you're going to want Rod of the Sun King, but if you just want to start out in PvP, then just get yourself either the season weapons. If you can get some arenas under your belt, get the season weapons. So like, I'm not a complete retard. Like, you know, I have some knowledge of what you need. Next phase is arena better than Latros or stay with Latros? No, arena is better than Latros right now. Arena is better than Latros right now. This arena, it's about 10 to 15 DPS better than Latros. And next phase, it's obviously even better again. Actually, no, I tell a lie. The BIS offhand, other than Warglaves, obviously, is Blade of Savagery from Mother Shiraz. And if you're not getting Warglaves, the BIS main hand is the PvP weapon. The Vengeful Gladiator's weapon. So without Warglaves, the BIS weapons are Vengeful Gladiator Slicer, the sword, and the Blade of Savagery from Mother Shiraz. Finally, let's get that last run done, boys, and head over to Manitombs for some harp spec slicing and dicing. Haze Pots is down to 13.90 silver. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They were 14 an hour ago, so I'm glad they didn't drop any more. We heard it on stream. It worked for us. Nice, 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 nice. Why do I alternate between SV and Manitombs? Well, there's been a kind of, when I developed this farm and put the video up, there was a lot of people coming into the chat or posting in the comments, just do Manitombs. Manitombs was worth more money. And they just annoy me because they don't have a clue what they're talking about. They're people who have never done the SV farm. And then the ones that did join the Rogues Diary Discord and start doing the SV farm, I actually got a message and a couple of them put up in the Discord, hey, I'm one of the people who said MT was better, and I get it. Like, SV is more gold per hour. So there's just a lot of Manitombs Andes out there who think Manitombs is better. So I put a poll out and I said, hey, which of these is more gold per hour? SV or Manitombs? And 80% said SV and 20% said Manitombs. I just thought, okay, let's just prove it once and forever. Because the game's been out for 20 years. And if you can make a video showing an SV gold farm and you still have like 20% of the community thinking that it's not as good as Manitombs for gold per hour, then let's just prove it. Let's just prove it. So that's what I'm doing. So we'll probably wipe the slate clean phase in the next phase and start again. I'm going to put her here to get some breathing room. Now, this is a new meta for the chest. We can actually get this one with combat, which is what we're going to do. We can kill them. So we're going to want double instant. And we're going to eat some food as well. We're right on the edge of this. If you get a bad pump on this pack, you can vanish and not have killed any of them. If you get a good pump, you can kill 2 of them, and sometimes you can even kill 3 if you get a really good pump. And if it's somewhere in the middle, you'll generally kill 1 or 2 of these guys, vanish, let them pass again, and then kill her. And that's with 2 distracts on these guys, because it takes quite a while to get them down. So this is looking pretty good. We obviously want our evasion up, and we want our vanish. But by the time these guys get back to here, we're going to distract them around here. We're going to sap her. And then we're going to deal with these 2 guys like we do on chest 8. If you go too far to the left, they will pull. If you go too far to the right, they will pull. And she can fear, which means you really need to be ready with either your PvP trinket or your Will of the Forsaken. Or you'll get feared into one of them and they'll pull, and you'll die. So this is looking pretty good. We're going to do this. This. We don't want to get too close to that pack. Okay, so this is quite nice actually. This has been a decent pump. We got netted. We've got time. We're going to eat one. And then we're going to see if we can deal with her. 6 seconds left. I think we go for the pump. I'm going to cloak straight away. We still have our healing pot, which is nice. We're going to use that now. This is nice. This is nice. I'm silenced. Okay, can distract now. This is going to be tight, but okay. This was very nice actually. This was very nice. And you always want to go straight out and be very careful, because we want to get closer to them. If we get too close to these guys, we're done. And that's the new meta for chest 1. And we don't have to worry about wasting boots or belt, and we get more shot at nice loot because we get to kill mobs. But it's a super tight space, as you can see. So it's a nice little challenge. You'll have fun. You'll have fun with that one. If they're not able to pull out the pulls in SV, especially if they use bombs FAP, it's less gold. Well, have a look above here. We've done 19 lockouts, 20 lockouts of SV actually, which is 100 runs. And we've done almost 100 runs. We're going to go and do 5 MTs now, and that'll be 20 lockout, which is 100 runs. And after 100 runs of each, our average is like 380 gold per hour versus 300. So it's 80 gold more. And you definitely don't spend anywhere close to 80 gold on cons for a lockout. So you'd spend maximum 20 gold. So it's 60 gold per hour more in SV. Even with using cons. So yeah, it's a lot of gold. That's 20% more gold per hour, which is a lot. You've probably been asked already, but how are you feeling about the haste potion dip due to the PTR change? I'm just going to sell all my haste pots. It kind of makes me laugh. It's a little bit of like... It's a little bit of... It's not good for me. I'm going to lose money. But there's something about it I kind of like. It's new. It's something new and surprising. You know? It's a little bit dramatic. It's a little bit... Oh shit, oh, I have to sell all my stuff now? And then I was like, well, then I'll sell all my stuff. I have a new challenge now. I have to get rid of 1,148 haste pots over the next 2 weeks, and try to do it without losing, while losing the minimal amount of money, right? Which is going to be sell as many as I can on raid nights, basically. I did think, hold on a minute, can't I just keep these and then I'll use them myself? Because I drop 30 haste pots every night when I raid. And I raid once a week on one character. So I did the math on it. and it would take me 9 months using 30 hay spots a week. It would take me about 9 months to get through the pots that I have. So, and we've got probably 5 months left of the expansion. So I need to sell just over half of them. So yeah, that's the sitch. We got one fell iron bomb left, but we have our belt and our boots because we didn't use them. So we're gonna actually we're gonna NG pull this one. Oh, we're in the wrong set. We're in our DPS set again. It's a little foolish, but it means we have our belt and our boots for the next pull if this one fails. And ooh, shadow protection wrists, big. Where are they? We just sold a set of these for 100 gold 3 days ago. So that's 100 G's right there. So this, and it won't be represented in this because I have all the greens set to disenchant value. Because at the start of the expansion, people were putting greens up in the auction house for ridiculous, like 600 gold for just shitty greens. They weren't even good. So people were doing all that kind of jazz, which meant when you updated Auctionator, which Kiwi Farm pulls from, and you get a chest and you get a green item in it, and all of a sudden you look over and your gold per hour was like 1200 gold per hour. You're like, why is that happening? So you have to change the pricing of what things are set to. And so with uncommon stuff, it was just set it to the disenchant value. So it's not represented here. So this is actually a 468 gold run. So we will update that into the rolling average, and we will update my gold earned so far with the extra 100 gold. We'll probably price them a little higher this time because they were up for 150 gold. There was 3 other ones up there, and we just put them up at 99 to get a quick sale. So that was pretty solid. We got 3 gems, and 2 of them were okay. Well, one of them's good, one of them's okay, and the other one was talishite. Glad to hear you're not too crestfallen. Ah, I love the use of that word. That's nice. I think prices still go up at the beginning. You're right. I think they will. So if you're too diligent, I doubt you'll lose too much. I agree. I'm not worried, you know. And it's going to be nice to have, like, you know, whatever, the 15k back up here, like big money back in the bags, which is always good. Now we got everything, didn't we? We burst the first chest, and we managed to do 5 lockouts with 1 water consumable, the swim speed potion, which is really, really nice. So 383 gold, 483 gold. So let's update the things. 483 gold. Let's do the math first. 483. SV is 379 multiplied by 19 is 7,200 gold. We pulled out of here since Saturday a week ago. And what did I say? 383, 483, right? Plus 483. So actually, we've pulled 7,684 gold out of here since Saturday a week ago. Divide that by the new number of lockouts, which is 20. And that gives us our new average of 384.2. So we'll round it down to 384. And we set the number in brackets to 20. And then we update 483 to our gold. which is going to be 3 and 4 is 7, 8, and 3 and 3 is 6. 113,786 gold. There and abouts. We made a little bit more than that, but whatever. Do you think Latros is better than the Merc offhand? No, it's better than the normal, the Gladiator's Quickblade. It's 10 to 15 DPS less than Merciless Gladiator's Quickblade, and it's a lot less DPS than the Vengeful Gladiator's Quickblade, but that will be bested by the Blade of Savagery. Blade of Savagery in the next phase that's an absolutely incredible weapon. The DPS increase from Latros is about 40 or 45 DPS, which is insane. And from your PvP Season 2 Vengeful Quickblade, it'll be 20-ish DPS upgrade, which for an offhand is pretty nice. So really, really looking forward to getting my cold dead fingers on that one. Right, we updated our gold. We updated the SV. We're going to go into MT. We're going to swap spec into Harp. Harp spec is so good. I love it so much. Put that down. Harp pick fan and wood. Spine saber. Yeah, that'll do. When you're running SV, do you prioritize chest or as gas and skip pickpocketing? Yeah, I skip the pickpocketing. I used to do it when I was absolutely trying to gold max the farm at the start, because it was really fun to try and gold max then, and just to see how much I could push out of the farm and all the different trickery. But the problem is you need a dedicated spell hit set for that. Like I have this. I like this set because it looks like a grave robber garb. You've got like the old mask of the Deceiver, which looks really good. You've got, oh no, I was using the Enchi goggles from Classic, and then I put these ones, Bloodvine, for the spell hit by 16, and then I put the 14 spell hit rating enchant on top of them. Then I had this offhand Lamp of Peaceful Radiance that gives 12 hit. I had the Scryer's Blood Gem in here somewhere. There it is. 32 spell hit rating. So I was just maxing out my spell hit in order to lower pickpocket resists. And the set looked really cool, but it meant I liked to farm in Bloodfang for the drip, but I also needed my NG stuff, and then I needed a pickpocket set on top of that. And even with 4 gigantic bags here, it was just, it's just too much stuff. You're constantly swapping, and it was a pain in the arse. And if you don't use that, you'll be getting a lot of resists, and then you need to vanish, but you need your vanishes for the chests, and you can get to safe spots, but it raises the risk profile by a lot. You definitely die more when you pickpocket, and the reward versus risk is not that great. It would be better to pickpocket in MT, because in MT you've got a lot of spare time anyway, because you can go through the dungeon really quickly, and it's pretty much the same chance to get gems from pocket and lockboxes in MT. But I still don't do it because I just can't be arsed filling up my bag with a load of lockboxes. I just can't be bothered. Like, I'm just not. It's extra time and extra annoyance and a whole set of extra subtasks that I have to do and remember in between selling and sending these over. It's like, I'm over it. You know, I don't bother. But if you want to be super. If you want your pound of flesh, as it were, if you want to be super, super Shylock about it, you can go for pickpocketing, but I don't bother. I tried to do SVPP runs and I got so many resists, it felt like MT was better. Yeah, MT is better because the mobs are way lower. So pickpocket is a physical magic school spell, which is an interesting subcategory. So it's technically a spell, and it's of the physical magic school. So you will get resists on it, but spell hit increases your resist. In my SV farming guide non-NG edition, there's a little section of that video that shows you. I equip my spell hit set, which gives me like 90 spell hit or something, and I pick a mob, one of the two guards at the bottom of the stairs when you go into SV. I sap one, put on my spell hit set in stealth, and I just pickpocket him continuously for 5 minutes, and I speed up the video, and I don't get a single resist in the 5 minutes. Then I switch out of it to my Bloodfang gear, I pick him, and within like 10 seconds I get a resist. So we will be using pickpocket sets in the Wrath pre-patch in order to farm Wrath lockboxes from level 71 and above mobs in TBC and Outland. And potentially maybe Karazhan would be a place. I need to find out where the most densely populated number of level 71 plus mobs is in the game before Wrath pre-patch, but in the pre-patch we will certainly be using pickpocket sets to lower the amount of resists we get, so we can chain pickpocket, open the lockboxes, and we can get the Wrath epics from those ones in the pre-patch. So that's going to be a lot of fun to do. So stay tuned for that. I'll have a list of, already on the Rogues Diary Discord, there's a list of all the different pickpocket or spell hit items you can get and sets you can make. So while I don't do it now, it's still really useful information to know. And we're going to get massive, massive value out of it in Wrath. It's going to be so nice. You can only get 2 epics. You can only get 2 items from the lockboxes in TBC. You can get the Nightblade and you can get Spine Sever. But in Wrath, you can get 5 or 6. You don't get the Nightblade, you get the Duskblade. You don't get Spine Sever, you get Spine Slicer. But they're the exact same stats and weapon models. They're just upgraded versions of both. And as well as that, you can get the Staff of Zabra Jin, which casters want. I think it's like level 78 or something, but it's still a decent kind of pre-raid. I think you can go pre-raid into it. It's definitely something people will want for heroics. And you get a puzzle ring as well, which is a blue ring. And you get another epic, which is, if you remember the Crawl Blade from Classic, you get a level 80 version of that called the Crawl Cleaver, I think, from Wrath lockboxes. So we can get all of those in the pre-patch before Outland is released, and we can put them on the auction house and make money and make people go, how the hell did you get that, you know? Because we're rogues. Wild, I had some buddies tell me spell hit was a mist. Interesting to know. Yeah. I proved it in the pre-patch when I got the World First Spine Sever. And I made a video about it and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, it's big. 1440. Okay, let's just put 3 in there at 1440. See if we sell them. We've still got 1,098 hay spots left, so we don't want to disenchant those. Let's put them there. Of course it is. Of course it is. What will I throw away here? I'll throw away some Motes of Earth, whatever. How fast are you getting through MT now? I'm sitting around 7.5 minutes per run, or 38 minutes per lockout. Yeah, 35 to 38, 35 to 40 minutes, depending on if I'm playing sloppy and dying. But when I'm locked in, 35. I don't think I've hit, because I've been looking at the times, and I don't think I've hit 30 minutes yet. But yeah, about the same as yourself, mate. Okay. We're so starved for space now. What level enchanting do you need to DE these greens? 275, brother. I'm thinking of leveling an alt. You only need to get your alt to level 35. Get your alt to level 35 and you can, I know he is 46, but 35 and you can get enchanting up to 300, I think. But you only need to be 300 to disenchant epics. Oh, this is going to be a problem actually. Because I'm literally, I think, out of space on this character as well. Yeah. Just do that. Okay. It's one of those good problems, boys. It's one of those good problems. We've got too much. What are they selling for now? There's none up there. All right, going to up the price then to 149. If there's none up there. Skomek, how you doing, brother? Hello, have you heard? Yes. Yes, yes. I saw today in the morning after morning training, I whipped the phone out and I gotten a message from a couple of people on the Discord. And I had just watched a video, actually, somebody mentioning it. I was like, shit. And now I'm just gonna sell all of my haze pots. I'm gonna lose a little bit of money, but hopefully not too much. They're down to 1440, which is already about a gold less than I would have paid for them on average. Maybe actually 60 silver. I think I paid about 15 gold because I started buying them when they were 1450-ish, and I usually buy them when they're under 1550. So, you know, but that's now. I mean, tomorrow is the big day when everybody buys a lot of haze pots. So, and we still got a couple of weeks. I'm fairly confident that I can offload them and not lose too much money. I mean, Addies are down to 2 gold. They're going to fly up. They're going to fly up to at least 275 and maybe even 3 gold once dual crafting becomes bis. Well, near bis. Okay, nice. We sold those haze pots. Okay, let's sell some more then. You know, one part of me is like, you're selling them at a 1 gold loss, which is like about 7.5% loss. Keep them until Wednesday when the price goes up, but it's like they could drop even harder. They could drop by like 2 or 3 gold. And if Blizzard actually confirms it, if it comes out in the next 2 days, or the market perception changes so that everybody believes they're going to get a lot cheaper, then they could drop by a lot more. So I think it's just smart to sell them now and take the L. Sell as many as I can, take the L. Because if I'm sitting here with like 300 haze pots that I spent, that would have been 4,500 gold, and they go down to like, you know, 5 gold or 6 gold, then I've lost thousands of gold. so I need to sell them. I'll keep those. The gems I'll keep. They are going to bounce back up a little bit. Huh. 29 gold each. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. If I put them in at 4.99 though, I might actually sell them. You can farm them for nothing here, but might actually be worth doing if people buy them for 5 gold each. Although you'd need to get 60 of them in an hour, which is 1 a minute, and I was down there farming them and you don't get that many. Buyer's been found. Okay. Let's just send these back to make banks then. We need the space for all our swag. That'll do. We'll pull a few more out of the bank. If they, when we swap back over in half an hour, if those 3 have sold, we'll put another 6 up. Slowly but surely. We'll get rich. Is Rogue Stealth Farm a thing in Wrath of the Lich King? Oh, Gordo, you better believe it. We have the best stealth farm in the whole classic canon. That means classic Wrath, or classic TBC and Wrath. We have access to the best gold farm. And it's in Wrath. There's no better gold farm in the game for rogues than there is in Wrath. So that's going to be huge. And I have a level 80 rogue on the Wrath right now. And I'm super busy at the moment, but in the next few weeks, I'm going to be recording that farm. And then I'm going to be dropping that as a video. I will probably drop it early, either on the Discord or something like that, just to people who are supporting the channel, and like for free, just to people who follow me or whatever. So you guys can get it first and then probably drop it on YouTube. Yeah, I'm super looking forward to recording that. It's just going to take a little while. I'm super busy, but yeah, you'll see. It's insane. It's insane. Okay, we have flash powder. We have stuff. All the stuff we need. Let's put that there. We're in the right set. We're in the right spec. We have... Yep. Let me just... A little bit foggy today, but it's still nice. Give me a couple of minutes, I'll be back, and we'll go and cleave our way through MT. So the guy who was late for lineup yesterday, and they got the bamboo cane and caned him twice. He got kicked out of the school. They made an example of him and threw him out. So he's got 12 days to get a flight, and then he has to leave. Kind of feel for him. Like, he did break a lot of rules and continually created aggro. But he's one of those guys, like, he's got a good heart, you know? He's just got a lot of pent up energy and, like, is a bit foolish and trying to prove himself and insecure and all those things. So it's kind of a shame. But hopefully he'll figure it out. It says I reached my followers goal. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you to all the followers and anybody who has followed or rated or subscribed and gifted or any of those things. Thank you. You're all legends. The stream elements, I disconnected yesterday because it was telling people not to post long messages, which I didn't want. But now it's removed all of the alerts as well. So I'll get that fixed tomorrow and get them back up and running again. I got haze pot recipe from a chest in MT yesterday. Hella lucky. Ah, that sucks. That I feel for you. I feel for you. We'll see. There's still a small chance that they won't implement it, but I can't see why. You know, I can't see why they would. They would add it to the Mark of the Illidari vendor when you can already get it on the PTR for gold. It doesn't make any sense. So. Huh. We'll wait for our blade for here, and then we'll destroy these guys. Will that totally crash the potion market? Not totally, or just depress it down a bit. I'm not clear just how much supply it will create. Well, on the PTR at the minute, and I just loaded out a character on the PTR with the BIS setup for the gear that you can get on the PTR earlier today at lunchtime. And I was looking at the stuff, so you can get 10 haze pots for one Mark of the Illidari on the PTR. If that gets implemented into the game, that's a lot of haze pots for one mark. So it'll crash it. If that does get implemented, I would speculate that prices will drop from, on my server, they're 15 gold at the minute. I think they'll drop down to about 10 because you have to understand that they were going to jump anyway because of phase 3. So maybe down to 10 gold on my server. I don't know what they are on other people's servers. is it not worth to pickpocket all the mobs? In the Manitous you can if you want to bolster it out to an hour. That's your choice. You can get a gem every now and again, but it is rare. I think this is kind of a ballpark, but I think in 1 hour you would get roughly, on average, maybe 1 gem in 5 lockouts. Maybe 1 gem in 10 lockouts. I'm not sure because I haven't done it in a long time, but a couple of people in chat said I usually get a gem every hour from the lockouts. And that seems reasonable given that there's, what is it? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 4, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 4, 24, 3, 27, and 2, 29, and 2, 31, 34, 36, 38, 41, 43, 45, 48, 51, 55, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 5, 6, 7, 8, 68 mobs. I probably missed 1 or 2 there, but about 70 mobs in the dungeon. And you pick every one of them. Then you do that 5 times, 350 picks. Probably that's like 100 mines, like 100 addies, right? Because the average is like 3, so it's a little bit more than 100 addy mines. And in 100 addy mines, you're probably going to get a rare gem at some point. So it seems reasonable, but then once it does roll rare, it's going to roll the gem. And if it's a Talasite, a Star of Elune, or like earlier on in the release cycle, when Star of Elune were selling for 30 gold each, Talasites were like 20 gold, Noble Topaz were 80, Rubies were 100, and Dawnstones were about 60. So then if you were pickpocketing, you would make a lot more money, obviously. But now the gems are so tanked, you would really need to get a Noble Topaz or a Ruby to justify all that time. And for me, then your bags are filled up with all the lockboxes and so on. So I just don't bother. Skomek, shame hay spots can be bought with the Mark of the Illidari. Alchemy is dead. Yeah, that's something that we'll see how it plays out with alchemy being dead. Now, hit my tainted core macro by mistake. Then you'd really want to switch over to what I suppose Transmute Master. Maybe, I don't know, but yeah, it seems like they killed the whole profession there with that. The alchemists are going to be none too pleased. Also get Spine Sever for pickpocket. Yeah, and you can get the Nightblade as well. But the Nightblade isn't worth anything. And Spine Sever is worth. On my server now, it says 627, but that's a nonsense. Nobody's going to pay that. They were at about 150 to 200 gold there for the past few months, Spine Severs. But it's a 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 10,000 chance to get that. So it's super rare. I got a Spine Sever already. I would like to get a Nightblade just to have gotten both. So we tab. We get them all low. And then we cloak and blade flurry. It's not confirmed. Puby salad. It's not confirmed, but it's logical to assume that they'll implement it because on the PTR you can buy haze pots for gold already. So why would they put them on the mark of the Illidari vendor for 10 haze pots for 1 mark if they weren't going to implement it into the game? It doesn't make any sense. So 20 gold a pot is madness. Glad they did, and I have an alk. Oh, you're at 20. You must be on a PvP server. Prices are always higher on PvP servers. Mobs also resist the PP sometimes, which is a pain in the arse. Yeah, in SV especially. In MT, not so bad. I don't really have to use my vanish in here, ever. I do sometimes, but you've always got a spare vanish. And if you're on a 2-pack, even if you're on a 3-pack, you can generally blind one and kill the other 2 if you have decent gear. And because they're much lower level, to us, we're almost, well, let's sap the leader here because I think that's a rich vein. That's the leader. Yeah. A little bit close for comfort there. That's better. You could distract here, but you won't have enough time. They'll come back out. You'll have to pause, and it's easier just to sap them. Mom's, yeah. I'm going diving in a. I'm going to a local aquarium in Yantai on Saturday with 2 guys from the academy here, and we're going to go diving. And you can go diving in the aquarium, and you go diving with a whale shark for like 30 minutes. And I can't help the feeling that us Westerners, the white guys, are gonna go diving with the whale shark, and then the aquarium's gonna charge the Chinese more money to go and watch the whale shark, and the white boys, look at them, look at the ghosts. Look at how they move. So that's gonna be a bit of fun. Just swimming around with a whale shark while there's loads of people, tourists, just taking pictures. It's going to be a trip. Can you explain what you do here, please, to achieve 300 gold per hour? I only ever pickpocket. Oh, you open both the chests and you mine the veins. I never pickpocket either. It's not worth it. I've seen a couple of videos online of people saying this is the best way to make gold as a rogue. Just go in here and pickpocket. That's nonsense. You get no money from pickpocket, but you get loads of money from. I'll show you. Just in this session. Hold on. So we get the green items from killing mobs and from looting chests, and that's the disenchant value for each of them. We haven't gotten any rare gems yet, no epics. And then common, adamantite ore, 30 gold so far. Get a few major mana potions, they're not worth that much. Motes of earth, 7 gold. Super healers, couple of gold, you know, it adds up. That's where the real money is. Ores and disenchanting the greens. You can sell the greens to a vendor too, but I think when you disenchant them, you're gonna make, I wanna say 20% more. And if it's not that far off it. That's how you make your money. And if you want to make even more money, go to SV. because as well as getting the chests, and they're higher level chests, so you get super mana potions and super healer potions every time. Some of these chests are lower level. They give you the lower classic version, which don't sell. They sell for peanuts, right? So the chest loot is better in SV. And in SV, you get a gas cloud that gives you 2 primal waters per hour, which on my server is 20 gold each, so it's an extra 40 gold an hour. Let's eat something. Reset. I assume you got to have JC and some level of gear to be able to clear the chest packs. Not so much. Cheers. You always make that money off the AH according to the add-on value. Yeah, this add-on pulls. I scan Auctionator usually every day. I actually forgot to do it today, so I'll do it when we log over after these runs. Scan Auctionator before you start running, and then everything you get will be updated via the app and what the current market price is for the mats and stuff. For the level of gear, for Mana Tombs, you don't need to have a lot of gear to run it. You can do it in blue PvP set, for example, but you want to have 2 half decent weapons. You got a few options. You can go double Latros. If you get 2 Latros, they're not unique, and if you get 2 of the same sword, you still get the 2 set bonus. So double Latros is a good starter set, but you got to farm heroic Black Morass for that. Or you can get the Season 1 arena weapons. Just run a few 5v5s, YOLO it. After a few weeks, you'll be able to buy both of them. You don't need a rating for the Season 1 weapons, so they're pretty easy to get. If you don't want to wait and you've got some money, buy a Blink Strike and have a Latros in your offhand. That's what I've been using up until 2 weeks ago, and I shred through everything in here. And the beautiful thing about this farm is, as the expansion continues, your gear level increases and it gets easier while the economy expands or inflates. I'm just going to wait 19 seconds to get my adrenaline rush. It gets easier to, MT especially, gets easier to farm as the expansion goes on and gets more money, gives you more money back because the value of things goes up on the market. So it's the gift that keeps on giving and gets easier to unwrap every time, basically. Regular BM. Thank you, Spec Lone Star. Regular BM drops Latros. That's it. The only problem at this stage in the release cadence is that trying to get regular BM runs might be a little bit difficult. Buy me a Blink Strike. Are you on my server? Thunderstrike EU. If you're on my server, I'll buy you a Blink Strike. How's that? How's that for a deal? I still need to buy one for my other 70 rogue. But now that I have to sell all my hay spots, Alliance on Thunderstrike, but leveling a rogue on Spine Shatter. Should have been Horde, bro. You would have got a free Blink Strike. Hourglass Trinket also. Yeah, the Hourglass Trinket is solid trinket for in here. And get yourself the Bloodlust Brooch. It's so good. It's so good. It just keeps providing value, and it's a 2-minute cooldown, so you macro it to your Blade Flurry, and you'd never have to press an extra button. You just hit Blade Flurry, and you straight away have, like, what is it, 270 of attack power? 278. So your flurries are just on steroids. That always happens. I hit the lamppost in front of me with the distract. pull him in to get maximum value out of the Blade Flurry. We're getting a little bit low, so I will blind them here. I was just waiting for the poison to come off and just play it safe. This is like, the way I'm doing it now is how you can do it when your gear is good enough, but when you are, you know, double Latros or Season 1 weapons with blue PvP gear, you know, you leave him in sap, you'll burst Adrenaline Rush and Blade Flurry on both packs. You have to wait a little bit longer to be able to take the second pack. So then you just go through the dungeon, you know, pickpocket a few things while you wait for Blade Flurry to come up. A little bit slower, but it's still a cakewalk. Is that a Hoon's Neck? It is indeed. I love the fact, some people didn't like it, but I love the fact that they increased the item level this time around. It's 2 extra agility, I think it's 2 or 4 extra attack power, maybe 6, and 2 extra hit rating. So it's Biss. I went in once and it dropped first time. I didn't realize it was Biss. I saw it, I was inspecting another rogue and I saw it. And I was like, oh, that's the Ahune neck. It's just the exact same as my, the one that I had, which was the badge vendor one. And then I moused over and I was like, hold on, that's better. And then I shift clicked it and I could see it was like a nice little bit better. So then I went in. I was like, shit, I gotta get this quick because it was about to run out. I think there's about a week left, so that's only 7 attempts and it can drop a lot of loot. First try, it dropped. I was like, I am blessed. Just shredding packs here. 14 seconds should be enough for them to come, turn, and go. Ah, Homelands, brother. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Long time ago. How much gold do you have total now? I put all my gold into haze pots. And I had 2 months off where I was back home and traveling around Europe visiting family. So I couldn't farm as much as I used to. I did a few mana tombs here and there, but I put all my gold into haze pots. I have 1,083 now, but I had like 1,148 earlier. But they just released an update on the PTR that showed you can buy 10 haze pots for 1 mark of the Illidari. And once that gets implemented, if it does, which it looks likely it will, the haze pots will be worth maybe 66% or maybe half of what they were. So I'll lose, well, at 1550 each at 1,000, that's 1,550 gold. And I had another 100, so like 16,000 gold. If they went to half the price, I'd lose 8,000 gold. So I need to sell them all. So when we sell them all, we'll have a little bit more. It depends on how the market's pretty volatile now because of the update, so we'll see. But once I sell everything, hopefully I'll have about 15,000 gold. I'd be happy enough with that. But you can see up above here the amount of gold I've farmed in total so far. I think Cloak should be Biss as well, if I'm not wrong. Obviously for this farm you don't need hit, but for actual raids, total value of Ahoons might just top the Thalassians. Oh, I didn't realize that they'd updated the cloaks as well. What is it, collections? 25, 28, 56, 68. Nah, Thalassian's better. They're 128. They're 128 as well, but no, Thalassian's is better. Thalassian's Sim's the exact same as Drape of Dark Reavers. Even though Drape of Dark Reavers has hit on it and Thalassian's doesn't, the extra stats make up for the lack in hit. And Thalassian's looks a lot cooler. And the added bonus of Thalassian's is we do not need the extra hit that Drape of Dark Reavers has in here for these farms for combat. But the extra stats we get from Thalassian's transfers into solid extra DPS. So Thalassian's is much better for farming, and it's the exact same DPS for raiding, and it looks badass. So, Dawnstone, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Need to dump them. Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. Five to 6 DPS better. I'm assuming you're talking about the neck. The cloak is actually less stats, so it couldn't be. Need to dump them, yeah. But what you see on PTR doesn't mean it'll happen live. Yeah, but I have to assume that it will, because if I don't and it does go live, I'm going to lose like thousands and thousands of gold. If they go to half the price, I'll lose 8k. So I'd rather sell them all now and lose 7.5% of the total value, which would be maybe 1,000 gold, than lose 8k. Sell now then. That's the first I've heard about the change. Yeah, you can check it out on the PTR update. It's a blue post and everything. It's reset day, so just offload. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, just get rid of them. Kales is better, yes. Nana, you're right. I mixed up the cloak and the neck. Wait, you farmed 115k, but you have 15k. What did you spend 100 gold on? Well, I bought all of the pre-raid bits that I could at the start of the expansion. I bought 2 blink strikes. The first one was 6.2k. The second one was like 5 or 6k. I spent 10,000 gold boosting a second rogue. I gave 10,000 gold to mages to boost him up. I spend 30 haste pots. I use 30 haste pots every night and 2 flasks in every single raid, as well as 10 goblin super sappers and 10 goblin sappers so that I can double bomb on longer boss fights. I literally use every single con that's possible to use on every single fight because I want to maximize my DPS. So that's why I farm gold. One of the reasons. So that I can just go absolutely ham and be the best rogue that I can be in raid. This is kind of annoying now. I don't have my cloak up. So what we do here is we wait for a tick. I actually did it wrong there. Wait for a tick and then eat. And then wait for a tick and then bandage. And you should be able to bolster out your health and stay alive. I leveled multiple professions on this character and on my second character. So I relearned engineering on this character, and then I dropped herbalism and learned mining, so I had to buy all the different ores for that. And yeah, you can turn them into bars and resell them, but when you hit the what are they called, true silver ore, there's literally nothing that's used for other than to speed boost your mining by smelting in TBC, and people have figured that out. So true silver ore is very expensive to buy, and the bars are worth nothing to sell because the only reason people buy them is the power level. So I spent a lot of gold there. Second rogue, I got his engineering all the way up and mining all the way up as well. We're talking thousands of gold for each of those professions, and we did like probably 6 professions. Then I bought the NG belt and the boots for the second rogue and some gear for him and so on. It goes quick. I like to make money. I like to spend money. Oh yeah, multiple flying mounts, the NG flying mount, the Cenarian Expedition Exalted flying mount. Yeah, it adds up. Sorry, I'm playing the game through streams. Actually quit a few years ago. Aha. Are you not coming back? You'll be back. It will most likely go live. I'd say 90%. Yeah, I have it at about 95, I reckon. I think the only reason why it wouldn't go live is if there's enough backlash from the Alchemy Andes. You were saying you're going to kill the game and blah, 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 but everybody else seems to be really happy about it. Okay, we had a gem, but it's a talishite, so not the best. This is the danger line here. If they get across that, you start to... they can start to pull. You'd think or hope they'd communicate something like that, but it's Blizzard. Are flame caps a thing here, or is it shared CD with TT? I don't actually know. I know that flame caps will... the last TBC round for Fire Mages, especially when Zulaman hits, flame caps went through the roof. That's a good thing. That's a good point. I'll have a look on the auction house actually and see what they're sitting at. One more lockout. What are we at? 233. Divide that by 4. 50 plus, say, 8. 58 gold. If we get another 58 gold, we'll be at just under 300. 291. So hopefully we'll get a blue item that can give us a large prismatic shard or something to bring it up closer to the average, 300. Four minutes. I'll put another 2 on it now. We'll need it by the time we get in. Investing in alchemy is risky. I learned that during Vanilla Anniversary when they killed the Black Lotus value. There you go. Yeah. True. I didn't invest in alchemy then. I was doing... what was it? I was using my mage actually to farm gold then. I made mage for the first section of Classic and then I made this rogue. $50. All right. Any consensus what the best farming class for this expansion? I assume mage or prop pala. I actually think it's rogue, to be honest. I haven't heard of another farm that's single account, single player farm that beats SV. And I made this point early on in the expansion when I developed the farm. Because before that there was SV farms, but people could only get, they could get all the mines, but they could only get a few of the chests. So I spent a couple of weeks with engineering trying to figure out different pulls and nailed it down. And once I nailed it down and added the value together, it was about early on in the expansion, in the first month, it was 450 to 500 gold per hour. That's how much it was worth, because all the gems were like, the gem market was peak, right? And then as phase one like peaked and then started to drop off as people all got their gear and nobody needed gems, they started to fall down. And then it went down to like 400 to 450, and then it went down to about 300, 350 to 400. And just before phase two, it was worth about 300. It was worth about what it is now. But the cool thing is that there's multiple revenue streams from the different assets you get from the farm. So as ores increased and mana pots increased and the scrolls increased, even as gems came down, they kind of balanced out, and it's always stayed around 350 gold per hour. Stratholme prot paladin farming. There's the officer in my guild, one of the officers, very good player, Monroe. He's been tracking on Excel his earned money from Stratholme, and he said it's worth, I think it was 290 gold an hour, or just under 300. I think it's something like that. So it's on par with Mana Tombs, but it doesn't beat SV. So I think SV is actually the best gold farm, single player gold farm. Sure, you can double up on mages, and people say, you know, you can get more than that from farming Primal Fire, but that's not a steady gold per hour. You can get good hours there where there aren't many people there, and you get the place to yourself. But that's also dependent on just one asset, Primal Fire, which fluctuates, so it goes up and down throughout the expansion. But these farms are steady and consistent. Somebody said Zul'Gurub, you can mages farming Bendalat, actually, who gave me some great tips there for Wrath investments. He said mages can get, I can't remember what it was, maybe 600 gold an hour from farming Zul'Gurub for the crocodiles to get the bee juice, which still sell well. But I don't think you can get that consistently. Again, it's one asset. So as the market goes up and down, it will be worth less or more. And generally people will post values for a gold farm at their peak. But this farm will just get better and better, these farms. And I know that epic gems are coming, but I've seen the way that the farm balances out across time, and the rare gem market will still be solid when epic gems are up, because epic gems are going to be 20% more value from the stat of the gem, but they're going to be like 200, 300, 400% more money, and just a lot of people just won't pay that for the extra stat. And with the post nerf raids, they won't really need to. So, and already Thalassite, Star of Elune are worth vendor value, and the farm is still putting out 300 here and 380 or whatever it is in SV. So even if the blue gems do drop a bit, they're not a huge portion of the farm because they're quite rare anyway. Most of the portion of the farm comes from ore and disenchanting and scrolls. And those just continue to creep up, so it's going to be based into Wrath, I would say. Glad to hear that myself, being only rogue one-trick pony player. Same as, bro. Same as. In this expansion, that's it. Only rogue. It's just, I just wanted to go deep on one class. I mean, it is called the Rogue's Diary for a reason. It's been my main class since 2006. No pickpocket. Nah, not in here. I don't bother. It takes too much time for too little value. How fast do you burn 5 IDs per hour for MT? About 35 minutes. We're at 32. This is our last run. If everything goes well and I'm not playing sloppy, which today, thank God, I'm not. But yesterday it was a different story. Chatting the chat, thinking about what people are saying, not focusing on the kills and dying from just stupid stuff. But even when I'm on my own pumping, I'm looking at the amount of time, and I've never gotten it below 30 minutes. But we'll see. You have time left for pickpocket to fish for spine sever, say if you wanted one for yourself. I found world's first spine sever, and I got it in the pre-patch for Wrath, for TBC. and I proved that it could be done. So there was a theory that it was possible, and I knew that you could get TBC lockboxes from level 61 mobs, but it was at a 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 10,000 chance. So I knew it was super rare, but I also knew it'd make great content, so I wanted to try it. I spent 3 days in the Blasted Lands picking, and I got a spine sever. So put it up on Reddit. I got like 1 million views in 3 hours before the moderators took it down. Bastards. Wowhead then I released a video showing how to do it. Wowhead put it up on the site, and then I decided to go all in on WoW content creation. I was like, this is a sign, let's do it. But I would like to get a Nightblade. See, not focused. Stupid mistakes. I want a Nightblade just so I could get both epics from the lockboxes in this expansion, but that's just for my own little, personal bragging rights. To tell my grandchildren, you'll never believe. Games used to be good. They are going to pull now if he comes out. Frozen Wrath. I always like to see a Frozen Wrath piece. Phase 1 pre-raid Frost Mages in classic Frozen Wrath bits were the best. Personally, I love that. I used to think it was stupid that a game would misunderstand the value of certain items. And so, why am I wearing why is a green bit? This is so stupid when I was younger. And now I think it's one of the most rich and well, not exciting, but it is exciting. One of the most rich and interesting aspects of the game, that the systems were so complex that people couldn't or didn't understand how they interacted with one another in a way where they could actually ascertain what was the best, which is so cool. And people think about it the wrong way. They think, oh, why am I in a shitty green? It's like, that's not a green, that's an epic. It's just labeled as a green because they didn't understand how good it is. That's the fact that it's green is an artifact and proof that this game is so special that even the developers didn't know what they were creating. Do you enchant the green and blues? Yes, I disenchant everything and I send them to the auction house, which we're going to do right now. Show you my system. When can you buy epic gems for BOJs? I think it's in phase 4. I'm not 100% though. I'm not 100%. No. Okay, not a great hour. 277.16, so we round it down to 277. Let's update. Get the calculator out. All right, MT 302 multiplied by 19 lockouts, 5,738 plus 277. 6,015 gold we pulled out of MT since Saturday a week ago. Now we divide that by the new number of lockouts, which is 20, to give us 300.75. So 0.75 is above 50. We will round it up to 301. So we lost 1 gold per hour from that. And we'll swap that to 20 MTs done. Good. And then 277. We'll add that to 786. $1,063. Give us a new total of 114,063 gold. A little bit more than that, but whatever. Okay. Now let's sell a few more haze pots and see if we sold any of them. It barely takes me any longer to pickpocket my way in without going off route. Sometimes a gem off pocket and sometimes inside a lockbox. It always feels great. It does feel great. It does feel great. No doubt. I was selling super healing potions in the pre-patch for 5 gold each. And you couldn't get super mana potions from lockboxes, but I was killing mobs underneath Karazhan when I was bored with the pickpocket farm. The ghosts. That you can go down the steps outside the instance, and there's ghosts down there. I was killing them, and I got a scroll of Agi 5, which I sold for 20 gold, and I got 2 or 3 super mana potions, which I sold for the first one for 10 gold and the second one for 15 gold. It was fun. It was so much fun. I mean, it wasn't a good gold farm, it was just for fun, but I was level 60 with full blood fang and Maladath and chromatically tempered sword, and I was killing the mobs down there, which are level 68, 69. You have to pull out all your tricks to do it, but it's possible. It's just a fun little challenge. It's like kind of like soloing a boss, really. Blinding, gouging, bandaging, so on. But it was fun. I remember last TBC Classic, I was farming it early on. It was selling for 3+K in like first month of expansion, though I farmed only for my own rogues. Ah, yeah. Spinesever. It's so good. It's the most. I released a video a while ago. It didn't really pop off, and I'm not really sure why. Maybe not a good thumbnail or whatever. But in it, it's called Everything You Need to Know to Rogue in TBC. And in it, I showed the BIS lists for wowtbc.gg and for Wowhead. But I said there's an item that should be on this BIS list that isn't. And it's the most undervalued item in TBC for rogues. And it's the Spinesever. And then I showed the Spinesever that I got in the pre-patch. And then I showed all the Spinesevers on the auction house, and they were selling for like 160 gold. 160 gold for a BIS item is insane. And in phase 1, the BIS, the technical true BIS for rogue, is Sun Fury Bow of the Phoenix. But if you swap in Spinesever into that slot, it only sims like a couple of DPS, like 3 or 4 DPS lower than BIS, and you can buy it on the auction house for 160 gold, and almost nobody really knew about it or considered it. It's such a cool little item, and it's still really good, even if you don't have, like I have. Okay, I have Arcanite Steam Pistol. It's a lot better now, but even now, Spinesever still sims solidly against it. So you could, even in phase 3, you could be wearing Spinesever and you're not losing a huge amount of DPS. It's so good, and you can buy it on the auction house for less than 200 gold. I love it. I love it. It's one of my beloved items. Oh, gotta put that on the list. Things I learned to love in TBC this time around. Oh, it's already on the list. Okay. Did I sell my... I did. All the haze pots sold. Okay, great. Let's put another... let's put 5 stacks of 5 up this time. I'm losing about a gold on each of them, selling them at this price. But I don't care. Just want to get rid of them. People are prepping for tomorrow anyway, reset. So they'll probably stabilize. Maybe if it wasn't reset day, they would have dropped even more. Maybe it's because it's reset day that they're staying at around 1450. So we need to take advantage of it either way. All I know is that, yeah, reset day is the day when you get the best price for your raid cons. So we'll sell as many as we can now in the next 48 hours. I think it's phase 5 when the island drops, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think so too. Magister's Terrace. I can't wait. We got raid, so we got our raid schedule in. We got raid on Thursday night. Let's just put the other 5 up there, but we'll put them as single pots. Sometimes people want to buy singles, right? I will cancel the gem. I think they're gonna go. I think they're gonna spike a little first week. I would agree. In PvP especially, 2.2 speed for deadly throw damage is unparalleled for any season. Stats are obviously insane. No need stress on that. Yeah. Thoughts on the large prismatic shard going into the next phase? Up for a while. LPS will always endgame resources in classic TBC Wrath in any expansion really just always increase across time as the economy inflates. It's just economics. While there will be peaks and troughs at certain points, and that's where the kind of micro traders or whatever you'd call them, I don't know, I'm not a trading guy, but that's where people will make a lot of their money, like obviously buying on a day like where things are 10% lower and then selling them all on raid nights and stuff like that. But that's not really my swag. Like I'm not too focused on that, although I should be. It's definitely a way to make more money out of the farms. But large prismatics will keep going up. Yeah, you could invest in those for sure. And I need to start thinking about what I want to invest in again with the gold, instead of having just thousands of gold in my bag and it's not going to change. I should be putting them into something else. So we'll find something. With the PvP gear arriving. I wish I found your channel earlier. I'd have rolled a rogue a while ago. That warms my heart, brother. Well, you found it now. So it's good. And if you had found it in 6 months, you'd be saying what you're saying now. So if they keep the marks for haze pots, like PTR 1.1, they will be cheap ass shit next phase. They'll be cheap. They won't be that cheap because they still require a mark, but they'll be a lot cheaper. I would speculate that they'll drop down to 50% of their price now, but then with inflation, 50% now on my server will be about 750, 7 gold 50 to 8 gold. And then with inflation, I would expect maybe they'll go to 10 gold, but they might go to anywhere between 5 to 10. I don't think they're going to drop below 5, and I don't think they're going to be over 10. That's just my initial speculation. I'm stocking up on the shards and the gems. Hopefully I get a bit more out of it. Yeah, shards definitely. Gems, don't know. We're going to go into SV, so I would like to get some potions, elixirs of water walking. My spacebar is not working on one side now. 319, we're not doing that. Oh, here we go again. 150, we'll do that. 150 is a decent price. We'll just get a load of them at that. 25 is fine. Let's see what Frosties are at. If I could spell. 2 gold. That's actually reasonable. What are Fell Iron at? I bought 1,000 frost grenades. 189. We'll take it at 2. Because we get the 5 seconds, which on one chest it gives us a shot. That extra 2 seconds allows us to get 2 cracks at the locked chest where we can't on a Fell grenade. So 2 gold is okay. I bought my first 1,000 frost grenades for 25 silver each. I think I'll buy 30 because 2 gold is actually fairly reasonable. Do I need anything else? Let's see what free actions are at. They're not necessary, but they do make life a lot easier, especially if you get double netted, which is fairly annoying. 189. just for quality of life. I am eating into my profits a little bit, but it's still going to be, what are we at now? 300 versus 384. Let's just call it 80 gold more. I'm still, even if I spend these cons in a run, I'm still, it's going to cost me like maybe 15 gold, 15 to 20 gold per lockout for these cons. So we're still up 60 gold, 60 to 65 gold. And the quality of life improvement from having these cons is big. Let's get 20 of them. Did we sell any of those haze pots while we were? Not yet. Not yet. Oh, we just sold. We just sold. Incoming amount 0. Incoming amount 0. Okay. It's buggy as hell. Okay, this is nice. This is nice. This is nice. Okay, they're selling decent at that price. We'll wait a little bit before we put any more on, I think. Actually, no, we've got like, what, 1,000 to sell? We've got 1,100, almost 1,100 to sell. So no, we won't wait. We'll get rid of all of these. Liquidate, liquidate, liquidate. I feel like, you know, that film Margin Call, where they're all up in the office. It's like there's two films that dealt with the 2008 financial crisis, Margin Call and The Big Short. And there's this scene in Margin Call where Jeremy Irons is up in an office and he's like the head honcho and he gets called in at like 5 in the morning and all the bigwigs are there sitting around and they're discussing how they're going to just sell everything they've got, dog shit on the books. Sell it all today. Do 5 stacks of 5. I'll do another 5 stacks. They sold. Everything's selling. Good, 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 good. Let's just put 11 stacks up. Let's put 5 stacks up there. We'll sell the rest when we log over after our 5 SV runs. Why am I holding ores? They're just not worth that much at the moment. And I don't want to sell them because at some stage I'm going to go to jewel crafting. And in Wrath of the Lich King, the fell iron bars are going to be worth a lot. Like they're going to 4 or 5x from what they're worth now. Because everybody goes engineering in Wrath. And they usually do it when they hit 80. So there's going to be no supply for fell because everybody's in Wrath. And if you have a lot of fell, you're going to make a lot of money. Bacon. Perfect. Didn't even plan that. I love it. You just log over to McBank's real quick because I sold or I put some haze pots on his. What's your server? What price on Void Spheres? Curious. I'll check the Void Spheres now. And you reminded me, thank you, that yeah, we've got a lot to sell. Somebody mentioned something earlier on, an asset on the auction house that I've forgotten now that I was really curious to find the price of. If anyone remembers, I can't remember what it was. Void Spheres. Yeah. 51. 52. Let me scroll up and just read. Flame caps, that was it. 5 gold each. Check the history. Okay. No, it's a risky investment because it's such a niche market. It's just for fire mages, really, and maybe there's another class or two that can use them, but it's quite a niche market, so it's quite small, which means if a lot of other people are like, oh, I'm going to invest in flame caps, you could just have a load of flame caps by loads of players held, and then they could just flood the market with them, and there won't be enough demand to meet the supply, so it's kind of risky to invest in that, I think. I'd much rather invest in large prismatic shards or ore. Huh. It's my boy Sione, one of my best friends. The guy that got me into World of Warcraft. 2006, pulled me into his friend's dad's telecommunications and net cafe shop where they sold mobile phones the size of bricks. And they had PCs around the wall and they had World of Warcraft on one of them. He's like, here, sit down here, make which race do you want to be? Which class do you want to be? And we were in there for like 7 hours. I got to level 10, I think, barely in 7 hours. I rolled a hunter first, of course. And I got a pet and I realized I don't want to deal with a pet action bar. This is too much information. I want something simpler. So he pulled me over to the official Blizzard site at the time. There was a Blizzard site that you could go onto and you could look at all the classes and you could look at all the tier sets. And you could see the tier set and pick the race. So you could swap around and see what they all look like. And I remember looking at the mage one, thinking that looks cool as hell, and looking at the hunter one, I was like, that's cool. And then I saw the Bloodfang, this one, and I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, that's it. That's what I want. That's what I want to be. I'm going to be a rogue. And that's it. I've been a rogue ever since. Now, let's have a quick look. We got 24... Our durability is fine. We're in the right spec. We're not in the right set. We're not in the right spec. We have the right set. And we have plenty of frosties, free actions, swim speeds. So we're good. I've been stocking up on shards and gems, hopefully get a bit more. Yeah. Why are you holding ores? Yeah, that one. 14 gold on Alliance Thunderstrike, so yeah, 50 to 60% drop for sure. 67 a pop sounds realistic. Yeah. What do you think the best mage farm is now? Haven't looked into them because I'm not playing mage in this expansion. When I'm so glad this happened, but so I had this rogue in classic and I also had a mage Baltic. And Baltic had full tier 2 mind quickening gem, Claw of Chromagus, like really well geared. Not bis like Nax geared, but really well geared. And tier 5 is bis, tier 2 is bis in TBC for AoE farming and power leveling because of the increased area range on Blizzard and Flame Strike and so on. And I also had the Blade of Eternal Darkness that gives you mana back. So I was absolutely stacked. And there's a strategy that can allow you to go straight to slave pens at 60 as a mage, but it requires you to have 18 hit or 16 hit, which is very difficult to achieve. However, if you buy the Bloodvine set, you can get the 3 set, and if you have, I think it's 5 piece tier 2, you can swap out, or it's 8 piece, you can swap out 3 of them and you still get the set bonus. Basically, you get the extra hit from Bloodvine and you get the extended range on your AoEs from tier 2, and that gives you enough hit to go straight into SP, but it's very hard to achieve. You need to have already got these items in Classic, which I did. So my plan was to try and race to server first or world first with my mage. And so I had like 1,000 gold or something on my mage at that point in Classic. So I dropped 600 gold buying the Bloodvine set, and I equipped it just to, you know, get all my enchants and stuff ready. And I had my set ready, my mage ready, and I was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do first with my mage, and then I'll make a rogue. And the day after, Blizzard announced that they had made anti-boosting mechanics in SV, and that it was it basically killed the solo SV farm. It made it unviable. And I was like, you mother. So it killed my dream. So I actually left that mage behind, and he's still in Era with all his gear. But he got ported to an absolutely dead server, so he's just completely wasted, which is a shame. But it made me focus completely on Rogue, which I'm so happy I did now, because then I found Spinesaver, started the stream and all that kind of stuff. So this is my... It all worked out in the end. But I don't know what the best mage farm now is. I know that you can do Shadow Labs with 2 mages for boosting people, but that's dependent on a boosting market. You can go to... Let me just switch my spec here. You can go... Actually, I won't switch. I'm going to check if it's chest number 1 first. You can go to the Throne of Kil'jaeden in up here. Mages and druids are the best farmers there, because mages have Ice Lance and druids have whatever that instant cast ranged spell is. So they can just boom, 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 tag mobs way faster than anybody else. And you can make money selling Primal Fires. You can also farm Netherstorm, but they're open world farms and they're highly contested. This is why I really like instance farming. Okay, so it's here and it's not locked. Lovely. Nice easy chest to start. We're going to distract these guys early. And then we'll probably distract them again. I know I'm in 2 minds. I could distract them again, because by the time these guys get to here in the other direction, they're going to be coming back here. That might be okay. As long as I pull these guys and they're out of this area before these guys get down to social aggro, we're fine. Which actually looks pretty sweet now. Yeah, this is good. We're in the right spec, we're in the right set, let's go. I will keep my distract up, because we're very close behind them. We won't need it. Oh shit. Ah, it's all good. Sometimes they can be coming toward the chest and you need to distract them to keep them there so that they don't scuff your pull. But that was good. I actually had the wrong... This is the wrong macro. This is the Fell Iron macro, so I push Shift R and it didn't work. I was like, oh no. But we got it. When you and Samwise were talking about putting your gold into haste pots, I'm glad I resisted the urge because of the changes from a year ago to Lotus. Good decision on my end. Definitely, definitely, definitely. You went with your gut. You're a precog. You can smell the future, brother. Definitely, definitely a good idea, Flames. That's like the downside when you invest in expensive stuff everyone will need for raid. Yeah. Do you think Wrath of the Lich King will come before Classic Plus? I do. I do. Okay, nice one. We can click vanish this chest. Hey guys, for how many times you practice the gold farming? Oh, we got a shadow protection ring. Oh my god. Forget about the auction house here, price listed here. This is going to be worth a lot. Rings, capes, bracers are good. That's really, really nice. I might actually keep that. We'll see. I am going to test out the non-shadow res tactic for rogues on the PTR and practice it a few times, and we'll see if we can get away with that one. But that's a big ring. That's a really, really nice ring. That's far more valuable than anything else we can get in here. Like, way, way more valuable than a living ruby. I assume it's going to be 150 gold plus. You need to... The Manitoum's gold farm is a little bit easier, I would say, to learn. Because you're not really doing anything new. You're just popping your cooldowns like you would on a trash pack in a dungeon. You just have to be comfortable with gouging, blinding, cloaking, you know, quickly. But once you've got those things down, it's pretty easy. But SV, you'll need to practice it a bit. It is a bit of a tricky one to learn, the pulls, but it's not that hard. Samwise, for example, my first ever Twitch subscriber, absolute legend of a man. He got a rogue up to 70. He'd never done rogue stealth farming before. He was watching my stream as he was doing the farm himself, and he just copycatted me pull for pull. Within 24 hours of reaching 70 on a rogue that he'd never farmed before and never used any of these strats before. He had done 5 lockouts within 1 hour. He wasn't getting them consistent, but he'd gotten 5 lockouts in 1 hour and gotten all chests, all mines. And he'd even developed his own methodology for one of the pulls, where instead of shadow stepping across here to this frog, he actually used his boots and used the speed from the boots to jump across there. So you can definitely learn the farm pretty quick. Now 6.5 minutes. We're pretty far ahead of time. So what we are going to do here is we're going to do the double mine pull. I'll show you how that works now. This is the most difficult pull in the instance. And if you don't have engineering, it's even harder. Okay. We're going to distract these guys. I just know the patrols and how long they take, like, kind of on instinct. So you want these guys to be here, but going in this direction, and you want these guys to be at the wall when you pull, because when you pull, these packs will pull with you, and by the time you've run around here, they will repath and come through here. And if these Ellies are not down here when that happens, they'll pull. And if these Ellies aren't there when it happens, they'll pull too. So we will distract these guys again. Mark him up. Uh-oh. I used the healing pot. That's why we... I actually cloaked, but it got through. I used the healing pot. So I can't use swim speed potion. this is bad. So we just have to keep swimming here. And in all likelihood, this is a scuffed bull. But we'll see. And even if we make it to the ramp, he's going to be underneath us. Probably going to hit us. And he can do a ranged nature damage attack as well. So I think we're going to boots as soon as we get around the corner. If we can. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not going to go back in just for those 2 mines. We'll reset now. We got both the chests, so it's all good. I bought some of these at 1 gold a month ago and now I can't find them. I think I must have sold it by mistake. Fuck my life. That must have been the flame caps. It's either Classic Plus early next year or Lich King. No way they will bring both. We're going to find out in September, boys. We're going to find out in a month. And honestly, I'll be happy with both. Or either. Flame cap, can't they be used for all the extra nice damage? Yeah, but fire damage only. So mainly fire mages. And warlocks, maybe. I remember getting Bloodfang before it got reskinned. Are you serious? Oh my god. So you basically had the Shadowcraft, the red Shadowcraft set. Wow. Brother, I wasn't in the game that early. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Oh yeah, basically a red version of Shadowcraft, yeah. And then hoping for a Living Ruby. Sorry, I'm a bit late to reply, so I can't remember the context of the question. The Holy Grail, the best you can get out of if you're talking about chests, like in the chests, yeah. The best chest you can get is 2 living rubies in 1 chest. You can get double gem chest. I got double noble topaz chest 3 days ago. I got a double dawnstone chest before, and I'm pretty sure I have a vague memory of getting a double nightside chest as well. But it's very rare to get 2 gems in 1 chest, and it's even rarer, obviously, just by statistics, to get the same gems in 1 chest. And the holy grail of that rarity is double ruby. But there's plenty of rogues on the Rogues Diary Discord who have linked screenshots of their double rubies. So I still haven't gotten one though, so I'd love to get one. Yeah, and the 2 tier pieces dropped in MC at the time. Oh wow, you can only get the pants now. Which other one dropped? Oh, the helmet? No, that was Onyxia. But did they change it? Maybe it was the chest? Alright, no chest here. We can get all the mines, which is always nice. Oh, he's... oh no, he's walked back. If we can get him to walk the other way, but you can get through here, but he has to be max ranged. And we're not going to wait. We're not waiting for that. So there's a chest. It is locked. Let's just grab the fell now. Yeah, so gems, living rubies, noble topaz are the best gems you can get now. Or always were. But we also get greens, which we do disenchant, and we get scrolls, which are worth a lot. Agi and strength 5. And super mana potions. And as you just saw, in SV, MT it's not as good, or because they're level like 64, 65, 66 items. But here they're level 70 maxed out, so Shadow Res Ring, this is a very, very valuable piece. It's worth, I assume it's going to be worth much more than a ruby. for the Mother Shiraz fight. So that's a nice little bonus to SV. You can also get these bits. In phase 1, you could get extra value as well, because if you roll the nature res or frost res, cape or bracers or ring, it was really good for SSC coming. This looks pretty good actually. We're gonna pull now. We didn't get a resist, so that's nice. Okay, we did get a. We're gonna vanish. We did pull the water release. That's all right. Come back and get that on the way out. That's a locked chest. Actually, we didn't use our boots or our belt. So let's just prep here and go again on that one. And we got a new, not a new meta, but an updated version of the old meta for this chest. Which is where we pull them behind here, but we pull them deep into the corner. Make sure we wait until they're all there so we can freeze every one of them. And when we burst down here and shadow step behind the water lilies as they're moving and get to the chest, we have enough time for 2 cracks, which we didn't have before. But these chests, these 2 in particular, are difficult because you've got this patrol, and this patrol, and you need to pull from here, so you got to be really careful where you are. Looks pretty good actually. Hopefully we don't get a resist here. We're going to run to the left so they pull slightly in this line so they don't take the water lilies. And we might be a little bit late. That's alright. We are going to get them in the pull, but that's okay. And then we step. Oh, we did get days, so we might get 2 cracks here. And we got an early. We got it anyway, okay. They kind of path and they go there and there, which is nice for us. Because it gives us like an extra, I don't know, an extra second or 600, 700, 800 ms, something like that. Which is, you really need those last extra seconds, or ms, milliseconds, to get the second attempt. We wouldn't have got it there because one came back early, so I don't think he got frozen. That's the problem. If you don't distract the 3 guys patrolling at the top, you have so many mobs on you that sometimes you just have to go earlier, a little earlier than you'd like, which means you don't get time for the last tail end of the mobs to come up so you can freeze them, and then you only get the 1 shot. I don't remember if it was in launch or during later betas when you had both sets in MC, but the reskin of tier 2 happened just before BWL. Heyo Rogue Friend, heyo Cloud Friend, welcome back. As much as I like tier 2 skin, the old red Shadowcraft looked really nice too. Too bad it's gone. Yeah, it would have been nice to keep it in the game as like a different kind of set, you know? That's some crazy tech, first time seeing it. Oh, have you not seen the videos? No? You can go on my channel on YouTube. There's a NG guide, a non-NG guide, how to do the dungeon with or without NG. And inside, in the first one is the NG edition, which has more views, which shows all this kind of stuff. Ah, well, the new tech of shadow stepping behind the Ellie's, maybe you're talking about. Yeah, no, that was an innovation that I came up with. Like once you get comfortable, normally the Ellie's scare the shit out of you in here because when you start learning the farm, you learn to be afraid of them because if they get pulled into the pull in some way, it usually means you're dead. They're really, really hard to deal with because they're very fast and they have a ranged spell damage that they hit you with, and they can slow you and all this kind of stuff. So they're just all kinds of things we don't like. But when you get more comfortable and you relax a bit, you stop having to focus so hard on what you're doing and you get to free up your mind a little bit. And then suddenly these little things, ideas pop up when you're in the middle of pulls and you're like, oh, I've got shadow step up here. And oh, I can shadow step to, you know, anything I want. Oh, I can shadow step to the water Ellies here. Because by the time you step to them, it takes them like a split second to actually notice you and aggro to you. And by that time, you've got that step speed. So you just burst out from behind it, and then that's enough distance to vanish. So yeah, every week I run this farm. There's some new innovation or some new strat or something. And half of them come from the community. So that's why this farm is much more fun than MT in a lot of ways. Because it's still kind of evolving. Yeah, I haven't seen NG because I don't have it. The NG one is good to look at. Like, there's a full breakdown of all of the loot that I got. Like, literally, I went in and I did 100 runs and I recorded it. I had done like probably 100 or so before that, but I recorded 100 runs and screenshotted like every single piece of loot I got. And I put the most relevant stuff in the video. So at the end of the video, there's a full breakdown of everything that you get out of the farm and the auction house values for them at the time. So when you look at it now, it's kind of interesting to look at it historically to see where the prices were at then. And interestingly, and I don't know if this was just really good luck or if they stimulated the economy by putting more rubies in at the start, but if you look at the number of gems I got, the most amount of any one gem that I got was living rubies and noble topaz, which is insane. And then it lists all the blue items I got and, you know, all the ore prices and stuff. So it was like, it was worth 500 gold per hour. Those 100 runs, it averaged out at 500 gold per hour, which is absolutely bonkers when you think about it. But that's what it was. So the second lockout, 20 minutes, okay. Feels about right. Swim speed potion is actually really nice because the amount of time it gives you is almost perfect. I'm going to be a little bit behind here, but it's almost perfect to get you to the bottom of the ramp. If you swim ahead a little bit more than I did and hit it, you'll get perfectly to the bottom of the ramp. Like, you couldn't design it better if you wanted to, really. Forgot to mark one up, so they may be just underneath me, but I think we have time. I mean, we can sprint, right? Step and blind. We got a failure, but that's fine. We've got time. And we got a Dawnstone. Lovely. I mean, 17 gold now, but of all the gems, the blue gems, this Dawnstones I think are going to retain the most amount of value relative to what they're worth now, if that makes sense. Because hit rating is a absolute number, like it's a threshold cap. So sometimes you'll just need 8 hit rating and not need 10. Ah, actually, you know what? I'll take that back. Take that back because we're going to be using glinting pyrestones, which are the upgraded version of the 4 ag 4 hit. There'll be 5 ag 5 hit, so people will just drop those instead. So yeah, maybe Dawnstones won't retain more value than others as I thought they would initially. Okay, we got that chest. We got the moats. We got that chest. Reset. Okay. The rigid lion's eye, yeah. Is it lion's eye or rigid dawnstone? No, lion's eye is the new chest. Yeah, it's 10 hit. And it's the same, like our Bis gem colors now and are the same as they are in the next phase, obviously. Yellow, orange, and red. And we need 2 purples to get our meta gem activation. Okay, we got the chest here, which is nice. I'm gonna swap into our DPS set. It's not locked, which is not really a big deal since we're gonna kill them anyway. We are gonna take it seriously though and get a stamina scroll, swap spec, eat some agi food. If you get a good pump, it's fine. If you get a bad pump, you have to vanish and come back and kill the other 2 or the other 1. Or in rare cases, all 3 of them again. We've got a super bad pump. We're waiting because we need this guy to be here. And we distract them, then we sap her, and then we blade flurry, adrenaline rush, pump these guys down. And if we get a bad pull and we have to blind and bandage, these guys are coming back. We need to distract them again here before we can try and kill her. And we got killed by these guys a couple of times because they came close, even after distracting. If you get a bad pump, then you have to vanish. Be super careful of these 2. Like, it's a tight. No resists, that's good. A little bit too close for comfort. We'll get on the way out. Spec swap. Dead swap. Huh. The hell? Well, there goes my prep. I usually just do the 5 runs of MT a day, to be honest. Yeah, it's so cruisy. It's such a cakewalk. I love MT, and in Harp Spec, it's such a breeze. I love both of the farms. Honestly, they're really really good farms, both of them. Okay, nice one. So that's Ali's unlocked, but we need to wait for our vanish. Have you heard about the bots pickpocketing in BRD? Oh yeah, that was like one of the first bot farms. And the mechanics they introduced into the dungeon to stop that was one of the first anti-bot mechanics. Whereby if you went in there and you pickpocketed for long enough, or I don't know if it's based on number of picks or whatever, or a certain amount of time, but there was a buff that they would get then where they would see you and you couldn't do it. And they implemented that to stop the insane botting that was going on in there. Because it was just like free money. And you could just run the bot like all night and just go in and pick, and you just have hundreds of gold out of it. With no competition. I mean, there's a lot of bots doing that now in here, but they're not pickpocketing, they're just coming in to get the mines. And some of the herbs. Third run, okay. I'm super happy that I'm selling my haste spots actually. Or rather, not I'm super happy that I have to sell them, but I'm super happy that they're selling at like not that much of a loss. Let's put on the old Bloodfang garb for old times. Bloodfang garb with the 2 fell steel long blades. Just doesn't get much better than that. Now I have beast slaying on them to give them that slight understated red glow. But when Executioner comes out, we can get the bloods dripping off them. I don't know if it's going to be too much because Bloodfang is a really iconic set and it's very understated. You can see here on the shoulder pads, this black smoke comes out of them. It's very subtle. And the red glow on the swords, I think, kind of complements that, where it's not too over the top. I had 80k in haste destros. I'm glad they didn't tank as well. Well, they might still tank, dude. But they're at least not dropping by a huge amount. You know, they're down a gold basically. From 15 gold, that's like 7.5% of a loss. Out of 15,000, that's like 1,000. I'm gonna lose it. If they remain at this price and I can sell them all, I'll lose 1,000. But I'll get 15,000 back. So that's big. Hello there. Is there any easy gold farmers level 65 paladin that you know of? Just get to 70, brother. Nelly. Get to 70. People often ask me, can you do gold farms, you know, at lower levels? It's like any of the gold farms that you would be able to do just wouldn't really be worth doing. It would be much better for you to just get to 70 as fast as possible and then start doing the BIS gold farms, because they're going to be worth so much more. Any gold that you make doing any kind of, you could go into like, I don't know, Zul'Farrak or something like that at 65, you know, and farm there or something. But any gold that you make there is going to pale in comparison to the amount of gold that you would make at 70. So it'll be much more gold for you per hour, for you to get to 70 first and then start farming. Okay, we're going to swap. Okay, this is nice timing. We're a little bit low on health, but I think we're just going to go. We'll vanish if we need to. Oh, we don't have a vanish up. Let's YOLO it. Famous last words. I'm going to wait for him to pass, though. Not going to make the same mistake I did last time. I'm going to blind him. See, we might need to run here. I think we're running here. We'll come back. We'll get her again. Turn around so you don't get dazed. All right, nice. I sold 60k worth last night, brother. Nicely done. Nicely done. That's an offload. That's an offload. Yeah, I'm selling them all today and tomorrow. Veil for the win. Wow, wow, wow. That's a name I haven't seen in a while. It's been a minute, brother. Welcome back. I'm good, mate. I'm good. I've been good. Exhales, are you doing on heroic? No. There's no change in the gem loot on heroic. Sorry, in the chest loot. 0. So there's no point doing it on heroic. You don't get any more from the mines. You don't get any more from the chests. You don't get any more from the gas cloud. It's the exact same money. Mana tombs we will start doing on heroic though at some point, once we get our gear level a bit better. I haven't actually tried it with this gear set now, but basically once it becomes possible, it will basically, the farm will basically become the same as it was in pre-raid BIS in phase 1, where it was challenging and you need to pull out all your tricks in order to do it, but possible. And there will come a time when our gear level is good enough that it will be the same situation. And then we'll get better chests. We'll get level 70 gear from the chests, and we'll get always get super mana potions. It won't be a massive increase in the gold per hour, to be honest. But it'll be a little bit more, and it will probably bolster out the runs to like an hour. So we'll do that. I bought in at like 7 gold a pot. Wow, brother, well done. I didn't think to start investing in them until like about a month ago, and I started turning all my Manitoum's money into hay spots. It's like, well, they're going to go up to 25 gold by Sunwell, so why wouldn't I, you know, almost double my money? And then Blizzard went and pulled the rug. Yeah, I sold all my hay spots I was saving for phase 3 last night too, yeah. I've still got like 1,100 to sell. 1,073. Have you seen the hay spots and destro pots for Illidari marks? Yes, yes. Everyone, we've all been talking about it for the last however long the stream's been going. I'm offloading all my hay spots, as is everyone else. It's like post World War I Germany, where you have like that famous picture of a person trying to buy a loaf of bread with a wheelbarrow full of hay spots, and nobody else sell them the bread. That's us. Actually, that would make a funny thumbnail for the video. Take that historic photo and just put a load of hay spots in the wheelbarrow instead. All right, so we got a lock chest here. No resists. That's good. And a 4-tap fell. We love it. This is the easiest pull of these 3. Because you can pull from here, which is nice. Honestly, though, I was going to distract these early, but I think it's still not enough time. I'll use the new strat. I'll sap her, the leader of that pack, instead, to control this patrol. And then I'll just resap him when I want to release her. Which will be around now. Oh, we're in the wrong. God damn it. We're still in combat. Now I need to distract her. Oh, nature protection. It's a shame. That would have been really nice in the last phase. But still, it's leather, so maybe druid tanks, 30 gold. Maybe we'll still sell it. And we did get a gem, but a star balloon. We'll save that. I think the blue gems will have an initial little spike in on release week because there won't be that many epic gems on the market. They'll be ridiculously overpriced, but there'll be a lot of people who'll get new gear. So I think they'll want to gem it as soon as possible. So they'll buy the cheap ones first. That's my theory anyway. I have 1k demon elixirs, which you bought about 4 gold each. I think I'll make gold on them soon. Definitely, brother. Definitely will. I bought, I don't know how many I have, about, I think feels about right. Oh, shit. It's because I used the free action potion. I mean, it'll be fine. Do it the old school way. Kind of like using, so the pros to what swim speed potion are, one, they're cheaper. Two, you don't have to worry about not getting hit, because if you get hit when you have water walking on, you'll lose it. But with swim speed, it doesn't matter. So you can do that thing where you sprint through, which is nice. The con is it has shared cooldown with other pots, like free action potion and a healing pot. So if you forget and you pop either of those, you can be in a position where you need your swim speed potion, but it's not up. But that's just something that I will get better at with time if I just don't use water walking anymore and just stick to those because they're cheaper and they work really well. So why not? Working away, working the mines. I love it. I need some chain gang music. That's what I need. Chain gang, a chain gang dirge to sing while I'm mining the steam vaults. All right, we got a 5 pop from that. That's the best you can get. That's nice. Okay, that's it, isn't it? Yeah. One more lockout. 21 minutes. Okay, we're doing all right for time. It's 10 past 11. I'll do this one, and then I'll do one more. Blitz out one more mana tombs, and then I'll call it a day. It was hard to get to sleep last night, so I couldn't sleep until like 2. I had to get up at 7, breakfast, and then morning training. But I only had 5 hours sleep, so the training kicked the shit out of me. And then when I had time off for lunch, I was like, I'll just take a 20-minute power nap. Woke up 2.5 hours later. So now I'm like, I have too much sleep, so I need to bring it back to a normal thing. So I'm not sleeping in the afternoon, so I can just bring things back into balance, you know. Is it worth saving these ones, or are you selling them right away? When you say these ones, what do you mean? When I go to sleep, you don't want to get the bamboo treatment. Yeah. No, I won't get caned. Like that guy had to do a lot of shit to get caned. But he got kicked out of the school anyway. So he's got 12 days to get a flight. They made an example of him. But it was a bad time to get in trouble. These last 2 weeks have been crazy here. The ores. So I'm holding on to them because... Okay, in phase 1 peak, addies were like 325 gold, I remember at one point. And then they kind of stabilized at like a stable peak of 2 gold 75 on my server. And then toward the end of phases, they would drop down to like 2 gold 25 or 2 gold, and then they come back up. A few weeks ago, the ores were 2 gold 75 again. And now they're back down to 2, so I wouldn't sell them now. I'm holding on to them. And I don't mind holding on to them anyway, because I will go JC at some point. And they're going to be worth a lot more in Wrath as well. And I don't need the money, right? So, excuse me. Okay, we got this chest again. Nice. We are going to wait though. Let's sap one of these to release her. Get her in a better position. Up here somewhere. Not that it's a big deal, I just like to have her out of the way in general. If I need to run back here for some reason, I can scooch along here and not pull. Okay, we're in the right set and we're in the right spec. So we need to not pull him again. So we need to be somewhere here. I'm just always cognizant of like Blade Flurry, because if you sap one and then you open up on a mob, depending on your facing, you can sometimes hit the sapped mob instead of the mob you think you're going to hit, which obviously isn't good. And because he moves, it's kind of tricky. If I do this... Nope. It's super, super tight. And now we don't have a vanish. I think instead of waiting, I'm going to put my Gnomish cloaking device on. I'll lose the extra attack power from Brooch. But I do get a vanish. Put it here for now. Oh, I just thought of something. I don't have to fight them there. I could sap her, and then I could pull them back around this corner and fight them here. Yeah. Let's do that. Then I'm not in this horrible little dicey corner. I don't have to worry about these guys coming back, right? That's a way better idea. Let's do that. Uh-oh. Should have done a little bit more thinking on that one. Okay, we are going to vanish now. But we learned something. We innovated. We innovated. Which I'm super happy about. Okay, we'll get these two on the way back out. That'll be super easy. We can just range pull them and pull them back there. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you think, you're like, oh, I can just combat these guys. And it's like, all right, cool, yeah. And then, all right, I'll do that. And then, hold on a minute. Why am I fighting in between 3 packs of mobs that can easily kill me when I'm dealing with a fear mob that can fear me into them, and then I have to turn around and distract when I could just pull them away? And when you think of it, it's like you laugh because they're like, it's so obvious as soon as you think about it. And you were doing it already, like on the NG pulls, you were pulling them away to a safer place. And oh, I'll have to put an update video out for this farm. There's been so many new tips and tricks and innovations, breakthroughs, whatever you want to call them, new metas. Okay, nice one. It's not locked. And we have vanish in 20 and we have a prep ready, so even if it scuffs for some reason, we'll be all right. I think we can go now. I didn't put poison, crippling poison on my weapon, so I'm just going to do the NG pull with these guys because I didn't have to use my boots or belt for the first one. Oh, I'm in the I'm in the wrong set. Okay, now we need to sprint. I didn't swap back to my NG set. Good old trusty grenades. Well, there's no point swapping into the NG set now. We don't need it, and we're going to be combat that first chest anyway, so. It's my last run. That's a pretty bad run. It's because we ignored 2 veins. Whenever we ignore those 2 veins in a run, the Boglord vein and the one beside it, and we don't get a decent gem or decent number of blues. I don't think we've gotten any blues If you get a blue, it's an LPS. We haven't got a single blue, so this is quite unlucky in terms of LPS drops. And when that happens, then you just go down to like baseline greens and stuff. You sit at around 300 gold an hour. That's a bad run of SV. But we're at what, 260? Hopefully we'll get up to 300 probably. And if we get super lucky with a ruby or another shadow thing. Ah, no, I forgot. Hold on. We're way over 300 because we got this. We got this shadow res ring, which is going to be worth a lot. So we'll see what that is worth on the auction house. So we're up to like probably around 450 gold. Ring about 200 gold. I'm guessing it's going to be about 150. That would be my guess. But we'll see. I got the exact same bracer. It's a plate bracer of Shadow Res. Shit, I should turn time we 11:30. They usually come in. Okay, well they haven't done it so far, so whatever. I could expect a knock on my door telling me to go to bed though, but it usually happens around 10:30. We got van braces, iron van braces, shadow protection. We got 2 of them in the last few days. Level 70 plate with shadow res. The first one I listed for 169 golds. There were like 3 or 4 others up there. It came back, it didn't sell. I relisted it. They were up, 3 of them were up there for 150. I listed it for 99 gold 99 and I sold it. This today we got one earlier on in the first lockout. And I went to list it and there were no more on the auction house. So I listed it for, I think I listed it for 150. So we'll see if that sold. So and there, I think it's around the same, like 20, 21 shadow res, I think. So if they sold for, if that sells for 150, maybe the ring will sell for 150. But something tells me that rings generally sell for a little bit more, even though it's the same amount of shadow res. I don't know why. Maybe not. Maybe there's some shadow res ring that you can get from a quest or from something else that I don't know about. But I'm pretty sure that the best slots for shadow res gear are capes and bracers and rings. And possibly belts. Where is she? Should really be focusing on her first, to be honest. It's a little scuffed. But we'll get there. Oh, are you serious? Come on. Ah, you bitch. Okay, well, we learned something. The fear, the fear, the fear. We'll go back in and get it. It's the last chest of our lockout, so it's the last piece of value. What a Karen, fearing me straight into the Boglord. Finally got SV farm on lock, except chest 4. It's just too much stuff to worry about. You'll get it. That chest still fucked me up. That I will often pull the mobs from either the pack to the left that are working on the kind of metal construct, or the pack to the right with the guy who patrols right to the edge of the water. But even if you do pull them, you have to wait for your timing. There's a Naga or a Naga on chest 4 that patrols back and forth, and you got to wait for your timing between him and the Naga to the right of you, and the water lilies and the patrol up the tunnel. But you'll get better at it, I promise you, and you'll start to get it nailed down. You also have to worry about the patrol that comes down the ramp, like where the first boss is, that comes down the ramp, because if you're too far to the left when you open the chest and they're down there, they'll pull as well. So there is a lot to worry about on that chest for sure. For sure. Maybe I'll just take them one by one. Huh. Oh, stop. Go. No, why? Oh shit, I need to keep it down. Fuck, people are sleeping. I'm getting this chest. I ain't getting this chest. No matter what. Whatever. It's a new meta. We only started doing it in the last 7 days. There's still creases to iron out. We'll figure it out. We'll nail it down. We'll get the best version of it. Yeah, it's my day 3 farming SV. It's going to get better though. I know. 100%, brother. Zachariah. 100%. It'll get smoother, faster, better, stronger, all that good stuff. And it's very satisfying farm. MT is nice when you have nice gear and harp spec. You can just melt through, but it is a bit brainless. You know, SV is definitely the more satisfying farm. And what you learn doing SV is going to translate into the Karazhan farm in Wrath of the Lich King. So once you get these pulls down and timing and rocket boots and stuff like that, you're going to have all the foundational skill you need in order to very easily and quickly learn the Kara farm. Whereas people who just do MT trying to do Kara farm is going to be much more difficult to learn, much more frustrating. I'm just going to take out my day on this guy. Adrenaline Rush, Blade Flurry, all the way. Not even going to stealth. Spec Lone Star, Rogue Ding 30 on my way. Nice one, brother. You were 15 like yesterday or the day before yesterday? That's some good going. That's some really, really good going. Ah, shit. How much was the gold per hour? Got to do the values. Let's go. $285, 57. Oh my god, exactly 300 gold. 352 silver, so we round up to 301 gold. Alright, that feels a bit better. But wait, first we need to find out how much that ring is worth. Ah, Terran Ponju. How you doing, brother? Terran Ponju is an unreal warrior in my guild. And me and him are going to be going head to head trying to get warglaives in the next phase. And I was speaking to Frekaton, and me and Freka would be like happy to see you or me or Freka, and obviously Shraktar is going to get his set at some point, but we would be happy to see any of us four get the glaives. That was what me and Freka were saying. So if you ended up getting glaives, we'd be happy for you. That's how we're vibing. I mean, we'd be happy for anyone, but like in terms of the person who's going to make the most use of them and pump out the most DPS, yeah, you, Shraktar, me, Frekaton. I mean, there's a couple of other people in the guild who could wear them and would put out good DPS as well, but me, you, and Freka are like main. Oh shit. Did I just delete? No, did I just destroy? No way, did I destroy that ring? Oh no. I think I just disenchanted the ring. No. Let's see how much it was worth. Item restore. Item restore. Oh, nice one. Thank you so much. Item restore. 389 gold they're selling for. Oh, I mean, they might not sell for that, but still. Holy smokes. All right. Account settings. Bro, I totally forgot about item restore. I agree. I'm happy as well if someone get them. Does it work on DE items? We're going to find out. I'm already in the support item restore page, so give me 1 second, I'll tell you. I'm not sure if it does though. World of Warcraft. I think so. I have a feeling I think so too. Item restoration. Begin item restoration. Thunderstrike. McBacon. There's literally like nothing up here. Do I have to log out and log in again for it to refresh? Not nothing, but like vendored on the 10th of the 8th. Hallowed trousers vendored. I don't think it is a. I don't think you can do disenchanting. It doesn't say. It's just all vendored stuff. Destroyed, vendored. Yeah. No. Oh no. Okay. I just turned a 390 gold ring into dust. Okay. Oh no 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 yeah no no I did. I'm on McBacon on the web page. Let me just reload it. But I will ask Google. Yeah. Can you item restore disenchanted item in? Yes, you can restore a disenchanted item, but the automated self-service tool frequently fails or hides disenchanted items. If the tool does not list your item, you must have the exact enchanting materials in your bags and submit a support ticket for manual game master assistance. Okay, go to the official Blizzard item resto page, log in, select your correct TBC character, look for the disenchanted item in the list. Keep the exact enchanting dust, essence, or shard from your disenchant in your inventory. The system or GM will remove those materials on mailing the item back. Wait out the account restoration cooldown. Okay. I'll make a ticket. I'll make a ticket. And I won't sell any more disenchanting mats today. Common problems. Want to recover a disenchanted item. From reading, seems it's bugged and you should open a ticket. Yeah. Yeah, I'll make a ticket. Was it an amber band of shadow resistance? I think it was, but it has to be the exact. Oh, wait. No, I need to resto. No, I need to be on my priest because I gave it to my priest. I don't, it doesn't, it's, I gave it to my priest. My priest deleted it, so I shouldn't be looking at my rogue. Hold on. Petrovich. Amber Band. 11th of August. Amber Band. 2 amber bands in there. Yeah. Okay. I think I got it. There's 2 amber bands in here and I'm restoring both of them, so I'm definitely going to get it back. Yeah, but not the... It just says amber band, but it doesn't list the suffix. So the other one was Amber Band of the Bandit. I remember that was the... Oh no, I have this one here. We'll see anyway. I have them back now. Amber Band of the Owl. There it is. Oh my god. Look at that auction price. Oof. Bro. Way to commit, showing us not what to do. I wish it was on purpose. Put it in at 349 so someone thinks it's a bargain and snaps it up. 349, and what was, we were at 301. So I'm going to update the... I'm going to update the thing. Okay, SV, 384 gold per hour multiplied by 20. Plus 301 plus 350. 651. I know it might not sell at that, but I'll update it. 8,331 gold divided by 21 for 396.7, rounding up to 397 gold per hour. That's our new SV value at 21 lockouts. And 651 added to the overall gold. 651 plus 63 is 714. Okay. Oh, bro. Close one. That's all I can say. Close one. Now, someone's being really annoying here, and they put these haste pots in. At 14 flat. Look at this. They drop by 30 silver, and this moron, this absolute moron, puts in 5 at a whole 30 silver less. Like, what are you doing, bro? And then this guy at a whole 30 silver less. Like, why would you do that? Put it in at 1 copper less. You're just gutting the market for everybody else. Yeah, cool facts. W Blizzard, 100%. I'm just happy I remembered Item Restore. Hey, thank you so much. I totally forgot about it. I hate these people. I hate them too. Vatapo, what are we knowing about? I accidentally dusted this ring. Which is worth like 350 gold. 380, I think they're in there for, but I'm trying to sell it quick. So we got it back without item restoration. Thank God. And now these clowns are this guy 30 silver. They, like between them, they've almost got it by a gold. Like, hopefully though, there's a special place in hell for them. All right, for now, I'm not going to sell any more of them. That's a little bit too much. We'll hope that they sell off. But we'll do 5 quick MTs, and then it's off to bed for me. We got an LPS from a green. That's always nice to see. Panic selling, yeah. My gold making recently has been scouting blues for disenchant. Someone dropped 15 belts, 10 gold under, insta buy. Ah, yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. I did a little bit of that back in the day. The only issue is some people like scouting the auction house. It depends on what you enjoy. So fair enough if you do, but that's why I could never do enchanting. You have to just stand around in a city spamming advertisements, waiting for people to come up to you. And I'm sure there is a novelty about that, you know, like just free money sitting there. But I don't know, I like to work for my meal. I like a good stealth farm or a good AoE farm, something that requires a bit of skill. Do it like this. Yeah. Just take AH for 5 minutes and buy whatever's there. I should do it more often. Oh yeah, I mean, I could fold that little system into what I'm doing here, no problem. True enough. Not a bad little side hustle there, Copax. Not a bad little side hustle at all, because I get so many good deals every time. Yeah. Okay, let's get some poisons actually. $134 MS from Eastern China to France. That's so insane. It's so insanely good. I will. I'll try to remember it. Pretty sure warriors can probably do MT as well, to be honest. I don't see why they couldn't. Oh no, wait, stealth. They could use invisibility pots. Use a lesser one and then you use a greater one because they don't share. there's a generic pot cooldown, but those two don't share a actual cooldown. And at level 70, you can pretty much run around with a lot of the mobs anyway. You could just, there's certain 2-packs you could kill, but pretty sure warriors could do MT pretty easily. I'd have to get my hands on a level 70 warrior somehow. Wink, wink. Don't tell Blizzard. All right, give me 2 minutes and I'll be back. Why do I carry my full tier 2 drip with me? Oh, for the style. For the absolute style of it. I do be walking around Shatra like this. Just RP walking sometimes. It's my beloved set. I can't. I never leave home without it. Drip, indeed. Big drip. And I see your health bar. I don't have a health bar, Adon. You mean my energy ticker, or do you mean the health bar above the other people's heads? Ah, Nguyen Thiang, a Vietnamese, Vietnam Bodic. Wow, Blizzard, come on. You gutted the haze potion market and you didn't fix the loading screen problem. Ah, yeah, that's actually on the Blizzard. That's in the Blizzard UI. TY, brother, haha. I lived in Hanoi for 7 years. I love Vietnam. I had my little Honda Win. I had a Honda Wave. I had, God, I had a lot of different bikes actually. But the Honda Win is, but you got to be careful of the ninja leads. The ninja lead will take you out, and it's always a mother coming home from the nail salon or coming home from the shopping, and they're the most dangerous drivers on the roads in Hanoi. Yeah. I know how to count to 10, and I know two swear words or rude sayings, and I know how to say Vietnam Vodek. That's it. I know Ecom and Violin. That's it. That's what I learned in 7 years in Vietnam. Oh, and I know Ang Tu Em. If you're looking to pick up a Vietnamese waifu, that's what you say. And if you get me drunk enough, I'll sing some bolero. The gum in the mouth and chewing is actually making me rage out. Chill stream, but can't stand the noises. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know it was picking up on stream, so I'll stick the gum up here. I know you're probably gone already, but it's good for everybody else. That's too much for swear. Yeah, I know. Big swears. Big swears. Only the comment. Why is the loading? Why is the loading? Whereabouts in Vietnam you from? I was too aggressive. I'm sorry. You're all right. Don't worry about it. You're actually transfer aborted. Instance not found. You're actually helping me to become a better streamer. So it's I appreciate it. I mean, we have no lockout. This is some big problems. All right, one more time. Let's go. I'll show you the I'll show you the it's nameplates. It's integrated into the Blizzard UI now. So it's actually in the game. You don't need an add-on for it. I'll show you how to do it when I get in here. Take care, sir, and good luck. Thank you, brother. You too. You too. It's like I make a protein shake before I can get into the dungeon. This is Blizzard level. Oh, they let me in. They let me in. Okay, for nameplates, you go options, nameplates, and I just have it on enemy units. And I pull the size right down, and debuffs, and I have the style thin bars, health value, spell name, highlight. These are my settings. Debuff padding down, just to make it nice and clean and minimal. That's it. I'm out of bandages. What are your hopes and dreams for Classic Plus? I really hope they make it work, but I don't know how they're going to do it. Okay, here's my hopes and dreams for Classic Plus. The exact same world, except they update the zones that they didn't get a chance to finish. There's a zone here that runs along the edge of the coast that they didn't finish. This big long zone here. There's a zone up here. This one in just north of Eastern Plaguelands. You can actually get to that, and there's actually some assets in the zone. There's like a fireplace and an old shack and a boat and stuff like that up here. You've got Gilneas down here as well. They didn't finish that. There's a little piece of the bottom of the Ghostlands down here. What else? What else? What else? What else? Yeah, this zone here, east of the Burning Steeps, and the kind of this peninsula out here. And then over here, there's actually not too much on this side of things. Hyjal would be nice, obviously. And I think that's it for this side of things. Yeah, Hyjal. But up here in Ashara, there's actually a portal here, guarded by furbolgs with a raid entrance into it. So finish out those zones. That would be awesome. There's a chest. Balance out don't mess with the classes. Maybe an extra race. Possibly Death Knights. You know, I wouldn't be against having Death Knights in Classic Plus, personally. Balance out the classes. So the Shadow Priests, Feral Druids, Ret Pallies, classes that were basically unplayable are relevant. I would like to see Karazhan in Classic Plus. I would also like to see 1 or 2 new raids. Finish quest lines that weren't done before. And what else? It'd be nice to get a legendary item for rogues. I mean, we can use Thunder Fury, I know, but maybe a dagger would be nice. If they had... I'd like to see a lot of the old content that never made it into the game. There just wasn't enough. They had a whiteboard written down called the what was it called? The board of love, or the whiteboard of love, something like that. Anyway, all of the ideas that were in there. Chris Metzen's favorite race is the Naga, and they were actually slated to be a playable race. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, the mount issue with the slithering tails is one, but there's loads of content that they didn't get to add to the game because they just didn't have enough. The technology couldn't support it. They didn't have enough data. Or there was too much data. They didn't have enough space. So basically, most of the old ideas that they had would be implemented. Those are all the things I'd like to see. Same world, same music, same zones. Like, don't mess with any of the old quests. They're all good. You know, finish out a few of the quest lines. It'd be nice to see some kind of a SFK and Dead Mines are such iconic dungeons in the game that it would be fairly cool to see a raid associated with both of those, I think. And I think, like, they wouldn't even have to be big. They could just be 10-man raids, like UBRS. Stuff like that. Maybe Scarlet Monastery. Scarlet Monastery, I think, was supposed to be a raid originally. So maybe like a Scarlet Cathedral 10-man, Shadowfang Keep 10-man. I wouldn't be against heroics for all of the dungeons at endgame. That'd be fairly cool. With updated loot, obviously. Don't want flying mounts. There's an item from Alchemy. The Alchemist Stone. That never made it in to the game. That would be fairly dope to see inside Classic as well. for rogues specifically, Ravenholt Manor would be really nice to see given some new life. It's really, you go up there for your like level 30 quest or something like that, and you have to go up there for your level 50 quest, class quest, but there's nothing really up there. You can get rep with them, but for no reason whatsoever. There's nothing you can buy with it. So it'd be really nice if that was like a rogue hub where they had some kind of reason to be there or go there, or maybe added some rep rewards. You know, even just a cool looking tabard or some kind of pre-raid bisc gear or some kind of rogue only trinket, kind of like warp spring coil, something like that. Rogue only items that would be, you know, one or two that are bis, one or two that are pre-raid bis, you know, one or two that are good for when you're leveling up. If you can gain the rep while you're leveling, that would be awesome. And maybe one or two that are like shenanigans items. You know, like something that would reduce the cooldown on your vanish by a minute or something like that, you know, that you could use for farming and stuff. Oh, we got a living ruby. We got a living ruby. You didn't check the mana leech mob's chest. No, if there can be a chest here, mana leech, the one in the middle, and the one by the tomb. Those are 5 possible locations, but it's only ever one of them. So if you get that chest, it's never going to be these 3. These 5 chest spawns are all. It's only going to ever going to be one of those. Once you move through this tunnel, that's like the second section where the rest of them can go. So once you get one of these, you know it's not going to be any of the others in here. DKs might be the first bad take I hear from you. Yeah, I mean, you could be right. You could be right. But they're such a cool class. I mean, if they toned them down a bit, they're basically like the anti-Pala, right? Then we'd have paladins, warriors, and DKs with plate. We'd have hunters, shamans, and are they the only mail wearers, I think? Yeah, of all the things I said, DK is the one I'm least committed to. But like I said, I wouldn't be against it being in the game. Because the idea of having a new class is like, well, if you are going to put a new class in the game, which one are you going to choose? Yeah. I love phase 1 of SOD, farmed it a lot. 10-man BFD was fun. I enjoyed it a lot too. But the SOD was a sugar rush, you know. It felt really good just to have some new content that was based in the classic world. But, you know, like any sugar rush, it crashed pretty fast. And nobody really wanted to play it for a long term. I didn't even bother after. Once I stopped playing when Scarlet Enclave came out. It's like, it just didn't hold me. It wasn't enough. It was nice as something fresh to have fun with, but they disappointed too many people with their lack of understanding of the player base and what they wanted. The nightmare zones, or whatever they were called, were a disaster. Mage healers. And warlock tanks were pretty ridiculous and completely uncalled for. But like you said, I had a lot of fun raiding BRD. For sure. It'd be nice if they paid attention to the kind of unintended secrets that a lot of people have found in the game as well. So, for example, if you're a lance and you're flying from Stormwind up to the Searing Gorge to get to Thorium Point, you fly through this area here and go over here. And if you disconnect in this area at the right time, you'll actually load back in and you'll have fallen off your flying mount and you'll be up here. And this happened to me once. Did I forget a chest? Did you kill those 3 and ignore the chest, or am I missing something? No, you're dead right. I got the living ruby from the last chest. So I came off my mount here, and you come up here and there's a little lake up here. There's this river, obviously. It was a waterfall here. And then there's a little lake up here, and there's a boat, and there's a little fireplace and like a tent. And there's fishing pools up here. And if you fish them, you will fish up Peace Bloom, and you will fish up Silverleaf, which is the weirdest thing ever, but it's so cool and interesting. Like, it's bugged out so that you just fish up those things, herbs, which is kind of weirdly fever dream-esque and psychedelic. So it'd be cool if they, and a lot of people have been up there, like they found that bug. So there's lots of areas that people got to that were kind of unintended to get to, and some of them are like famous. And it would be cool if they acknowledged the joy and wonder that people have, with this world, to the point where things like that weren't intended to be found or discovered and weren't really put there to be found or discovered, but were, and created such joy and wonder in the community. It'd be cool if they paid a little like homage to that and just put something up there. Maybe, you know, in that spot, maybe a fisherman trainer who sells some unique item for fishing and a unique item for herbalism, just to pay homage to that. The fact that you could fish up herbs there, you know, and that you can get to it, but by way of some kind of jumping puzzle or something. Not that jumping puzzles are a thing here, but you know what I mean, like a hidden path up behind something that leads you there from either the Burning Steps or the Searing Gorge or something, and some quest line that leads you up there. And then they'll have an NPC up there that has like a limited quantity supply of some item that's like cool in its own right, but not game breaking. You know, things like that. Just little details. I always thought it would be cool when I was in college studying computer games development for a little while, and I always thought it would be cool to have, like, because I love rare spawns. Rare spawns are really cool. That would be another thing. Update rare spawns, not change any of the rare spawns, but maybe just let them have like a little bit better loot. You know, like just update the loot table so that they have a chance to drop like rares, so that when you do find a rare, it's like there's a good chance, there's like a 50-50 chance you'll get a green or a rare. Like, that would be very cool. Another little addition would be when you find food crates out in the world, or barrels of milk, then generally speaking, they have a little bit of food in them, but it's usually lower level than you are. So you'll find like a barrel of milk, you know, anywhere from level 1 to level 15. But most of the barrels of milk you find, you're never going to use the milk because it's level 5 drink, even if you're a caster. But what you could do is, for those food crates and drink items, when you looted it, you could get a unique food. They could make a specialized food table whereby you would get a food like let's say if in the level 1 to 10 bracket, you get a food that when you eat it, increases your spell damage and healing by 2. Some really minor thing, but it's still 2. Or a drink that gave you, extra spirit regen or something like that. So that you're not breaking the game, and they wouldn't be as good as endgame foods. But there's something while you're leveling up that you can't get from cooking, and you can only get from those special things in the world. So people will be running around and they'll be like, oh, nice one, it's a food crate. I really want to open that now because I'm going to get a type of food from that I can't get anywhere else that is going to be beneficial to me. And if I do get a spellcaster food as a rogue, I'll just trade it to somebody, and it would increase player interaction because people would be like, anyone got some spell power food? I've got some attack power food or some extra agi food here. Or, increases the damage dealt by your poisons, like, Lambus bread. Increases the damage dealt by your poisons by 5, something like that. So that would be really cool. And then you'd have these, they're not game breaking, but they're just fun little additions that do give you a power up for your class or for your might or magic kind of category. That would be nice. And another idea I had when I was in college was rare spawns are awesome. When you're on a flight path, had this idea that when you're on a flight path somewhere, you have a very, very small chance, depending on where the flight path is going, for your griffin to be shot down by a rare spawn, and it will land you in that. It could be on top of a mountain somewhere or one of these areas you fly through that you normally can't get to, and it would shoot down your bird, or your bird would land or something, and then you'd have this encounter with a rare spawn. And in order to make it not an absolute nuisance, it would be a rare spawn that would spawn in with the same level as you, and you could defeat it with any class, but it wouldn't be the easiest thing in the world, but it wouldn't be like super hard either. And it would add this like really dynamic element to the world. I don't know how well that would really work. It's kind of older idea that I had, but it would be a really cool like mini RP event. And if you did manage to kill it, maybe it wouldn't kill you, because if it killed you in those areas, it might be really annoying for you to be able to get out again, and it might slow down your, getting to your raid or getting wherever it is you wanted to go. But let's say if it got you down to like 5% health, it would stop and have a little RP event with you, like you need more training or something like that, and then it would fly away and your griffin would pick you up again. But if you managed to get him down to 5% before he got you down to 5%, there'd be some small event and he'd drop a rare or possibly even an epic or something like that. So like a super rare spawn that was tied to a dynamic event in the world that would happen to you if you were flying. So even if you were like off making a coffee or something and this happened, he would just start hitting you and you would be AFK, and he'd get you down to 5% and the event would end, and then you'd get back on your mount and keep flying, and you'd come back and you'd see the text box and you'd see that it had happened, but you missed it. Something like that. I don't know. That's like a kind of wild idea. But I think definitely the little specialized food updates will be good, and better loot from rare spawns and a higher chance to drop rares. Yeah, maybe a rare spawn for each class that would drop a class specific trinket that was actually pretty good, but not game breaking. Like all of the things would have to not be game breaking, but would be still good enough to, like say a warrior trinket that increased the range of your charge or something, or allowed you, or diminished the dead zone of your charge. Now that might be game breaking, but say like you can now charge an enemy. You can now charge an enemy from 1 yard less or 2 yards less than you used to, which would be best for PvP in some cases, but it wouldn't actually break the game, and people would have to go and hunt for that. And it could be like a rare spawn in a dungeon or something. Scaling food, people dying because they're AFK on flight. Yeah. Yeah, that would make people rage quit. Yeah, and we don't want that. So I don't know that the Flight Master rare spawn thing is just an outlandish idea that popped back into my head because I thought of it years ago when you asked. But the rest of the stuff I think would be pretty good. All right, 2 more lockouts. What are we? 12:30. Okay, that's good. How many of us are in mana teams right now? Curious to know. Probably the only one rogue farming on hardcore server in the chat. Nice, nice. I did want to make some hardcore farms. What level are you on in Flames on your hardcore? You can farm Scarlet Monastery solo self found on hardcore from 30. You mean technically you could do it from 30 onwards, but it's the risk of dying is way too high. But from 35 to 40, you could farm it on solo self farm, and you're gonna get solo self found, and you get the chest there. You can get the butcher and all sorts of good stuff. Don't visit my hardcore rogue since TBC came out. 60 going to my first. Oh, nice. AQ20 ZG in 90 minutes. Your first one. That's so exciting. What are you gonna soft res in ZG? It's a tough one. There's so much good loot. I mean, the offhand sword would be amazing, right? What? Well, if you're human, you don't need it, I think. Yeah, this one increases AP by 40, 1.7 speed, really fast offhand for poison application. Looks sick. Goes pretty well actually with the Talon. That's a nice one. I mean, the Primal Hakari stuff is really good. But you probably won't have to SR any of that. You'll just get it. But yeah, 20 AP from the 2 set is sweet. You can get that pretty quick. If you could get the double these, or I got double these. Oh, they look pretty good actually. Look pretty good with the Death Mantle set. Wow. Mate, I should restore these. I have them on this character. I got both of these in the same run at level 59 as a rogue. And I went into Blackwing Lair and I parsed higher than rogues with full rank 14 gear. Orc, okay. I was doing BD O'Leil at the time I stopped. Guild progressed into Nax now, but really, really hard. Yeah. Probably going to go for daggers. I don't know yet. Currently running Trashblade and Mirror's Song. Yeah, yeah. Trashblade and Mirror's Song are so good, though. I mean... Double D's, yeah, yeah. It was... double daggers are sick. Daggers get a bad rap, but they're a lot of fun. Two rings are pretty good as well. If you're going to kill, I mean, the Lizard Scale Eye Patch is really nice too. 44 attack power and 2 crit. But if you've got the Mask of the Unforgiven already, then... Where is it? Or well, it's crit strike rating, but it's 2% crit in Classic. 44 AP, and it looks fairly badass, to be honest. I like that one. Soul Seeker. Yeah, my rogue was playing daggers. Lost 4 perditions. Oh no. Oh, 4 perditions. That's brutal. That's absolutely brutal. When I play Alliance, I only ever play Night Elf. I've never had a human rogue, even though they're based on Classic. I just Night Elf female, for me, it's the only. But the beauty then is you get to go. People think swords are bis, and like they kind of are, but they're kind of not as well. Because in order for them to be bis, you have to actually get all of the gear you need, which is pretty difficult. And if you're a dagger rogue, you can get Perdition's Blade from Molten Core early, and that is an incredibly powerful weapon. It's like BWL level weapon, really, from phase 2 level weapon power from phase 1. It's so good. And you get Core Hound Tooth then. And Core Hound Tooth is can be fairly contested. I mean, hunters want it as well, but it generally gets rogue prio. So as a Night Elf, you obviously that'd be something I'd like to see in Classic Plus as well. Well, no, it'd mess a little bit with the class balance, but if Night Elves had a dagger spec the way humans have a sword spec, but that's a totally biased my own thing. But that would be cool. But anyway, if you play daggers as a rogue, there's no difference between humans and Night Elves, right? And in phase 1, if you get those daggers early, you can smoke swords rogues. In BWL, swords rogues will creep ahead when they get Maladath and CTS, just because they're of the power level, and you can't beat them if you're going up against that. But then you get the dagger from Cthulhu that gives you daggers +6 from AQ. And at the end game, with King's Fall and what's the other one? Is it Widow's Remorse? I can't remember. With the 2 base daggers from Nax, you're pretty much on par with swords rogues. It's the difference is so slight that if you get a good parse and you pump and you get good numbers, and a sword rogue doesn't or gets average numbers, you'll beat them. And if you get bad numbers and a sword rogue gets good numbers, they'll beat you. So it's so close that you can beat their DPS just on RNG rolls. So they're phase to phase, they shift around a bit. And nobody else goes daggers, so you have very little competition on those items. So you end up getting them faster generally, or more easily. And then you're beating those swords rogues for a lot of the phase if they don't get what they need, because they're highly contested by all the warriors and stuff. So it kind of works out. I actually started Classic first time in Hardcore. Nice. Nice way to do it. Been playing Alliance twice now. I'm glad I picked Horde because I don't have to do all the MC shenanigans to get Ren buff. Yeah. Warrior tanks also want daggers though. They do. But there's way fewer tanks in the raid than there are other DPS who would want swords. So it's not like you're going to have... I've never seen 2 warrior tanks in the raid and they both want perditions in a raid that I was in. I've never seen that happen. So it's still minimal competition compared to other... compared to like Bladed Brutality or something like that. High 270 gold. Pretty bad MT, but it's all right. They can't all be good. So let's see. MT 301 multiplied by 20 plus whatever I just said. 270 divided by 21. 299.52. So we roll it up to 300. So it's exactly 300. 270 is 984. 114,984. Okay. What time is it? 12:45. That's not too bad. I could be asleep by 1 if I do it properly. Let's aim to be logged off by 1 and we'll send the stuff over. I want to get some more haze pots on the market as well. See how much haze pots are down to now. Shocker. Yeah, and Horde the Warriors run daggers most of the time. Yeah, it's true. More rage. Two greater planers, that's nice. Two greater planers, nice again. 3 dust is fine. 2 gold 30 for the head to the vendor. 3 dust is 9, 18, 27. So we're actually making money on 3 dust from a head. Not a bad run. Oh, and a large prismatic shard from a green at the end. Or was that a green? Look at this absolute monkey. Like, how retarded do you have to be? 27 stacks of 5. Just put in an absolute iceberg of haze potions in the middle of the market at 30. And this guy, 12 stacks of 5 at 30 less. Just being an absolute donkey about it. Like, oh, I'll just put all my stacks in like 30 silver cheaper and then I'll sell all my stacks because nobody's going to post them lower than me. And you're just gutting your own market by like 60 silver. Like 5%. You just reduced the value of the market by 5% with this donkey dick move. 39 stacks of 5. 175. 175. No, I was thinking about buying them. I was thinking about it, but it's like I buy them now, and then the market drops even more. I'm just losing more money. So just a race to the bottom now. No, I'm just gonna wait. I'm not gonna be too stupid about it. Tomorrow is reset, and that's when the prices will spike. So these will all get bought up, hopefully. But then tomorrow more people will know about the impending doom, and the market might be flooded again. We'll see how it is tomorrow, but I don't think I'm posting these up here. I mean, I've already got like 1,100 haze pots to shift. I do not want to be buying stacks of other people's pots, even if they're 37 silver lower, just for fear that even more flood onto the market. And by the time I wake up tomorrow, they're down to like 11 and I've lost more money. That's kind of the logic. Yeah, I remember when it was 5 stacks, but again, like it's just a risk. Gonna be the biggest debate if Blizzard doesn't actually put it on the vendor on live servers. I know, Moto Sega, you're so right, and I think there's like a 5% chance that that might. The only reason why, the only reason why I can think that they wouldn't put it on is some kind of backlash from the community. And I've only seen a couple of short videos from different content creators about it, and they seem to be overwhelmingly happy with it. And if I wasn't in hate spots, I'd be overwhelmingly happy about it as well. But you know, the effect on the alchemy profession and the effect that that has on the economy um, could have unintended consequences that they might feel like that they might be made aware of in the next couple of weeks. So they're testing it as an idea, and there's always a chance that they'll decide for one reason or another that they're not going to do it. So that could happen. But even if it does, I've only sold, I don't know, I've only sold 100 of them, and I've lost the gold on each. So I've lost 100 gold, but I've recouped some gold. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right. I'm going to go to bed and train tomorrow, and then I'm going to be back on tomorrow night. Thank you to everybody who is in the chat, who just stayed and watched, who's lurking, to all the people in the chat sharing some chat with me and having the crack. It's always a pleasure. To all the people who followed or subbed or gifted or rated or whatever happened, because I'm not getting alerts now. Thank you all so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. And yeah, I look forward to getting back to some more grinding tomorrow. It's going to be big. Thanks for the stream. You're so welcome, brother. Thank you for joining. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.